so great to see.
It's no the only part that I actually like perked up at was when I can't remember his name. The blonde guy sits up
Flyboy.
and the sheet falls off him. The blonde guy.
Yeah, Flyboy.
Flyboy. Okay.
Oh,
That
I,
was creepy. That was genuinely creepy.
I actually. What did he say?
sorry, that's Claire. Hi, Claire.
Oh,
She said, "Dude, where's YouTube?" And I just realized that Don only put this on the Hangout channel and not on the regular channel. I have fixed that. As you should
Oh,
find it on the regular channel now. So
there
you're
we go.
welcome.
There it is.
continue.
You're
Okay.
not the only person I know that does not like that movie.
I'm glad because I always feel like I always get so much shit when I say that I don't like the original Dawn of the Dead because
Yeah,
I love the remake
you're
was
in the
fantastic,
minority for sure, but
definitely. Um, it's just not a favorite of mine, and I don't think it killed the franchise because I liked Day of the Dead. I liked all the
so you
ones
like Day of the
after.
Dead better than Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah,
Boy, this makes my brain hurt. I feel like
yeah.
Brian should be in here.
Actually, I'm with
Uh,
you. I do like Day of
Really?
the Dead better than Dawn of the Dead, but I still like Dawn of the Dead. Oh, good. I'm glad it's fixed.
Cool, cool, cool,
Good.
cool.
Yep. We got
Yeah, I don't know. And it could be again a nostalgia thing. It could be when you saw the movie.
it. Mhm.
Mhm.
And I think a
I
lot of this, especially for these older
I don't
movies,
know.
has a great deal to do with it. If you saw it at the time where this was like the prime of your 80s horror movie kind of
It
life,
was. Yeah.
and you still didn't like it, really.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
I was probably 15 or 16 maybe first time I saw it.
Have you rewatched it
Wow.
at all or no?
No.
No.
I can't get
I'm
past
just
the
yeah.
effects and it's just so boring.
I
Yeah.
love that movie.
I think we've all come to accept certain things about the movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I
there it
do
is.
love
Yeah,
Galen
Richard.
Ross.
Up. The
Hey
old
Richard.
how you doing, man?
I love Ken Forey. I love
Oh yeah.
adore Ken Forey.
Mhm.
But it was just not my kind of movie. I thought it was boring as hell.
I've literally
I know there are
met
people out there
every living zombie that was in that
Yeah.
movie. I swear to you. In one convention, every living zombie was in that movie. Wow.
Wow.
90% of them, like Pizza Guy Zombie
Yep.
and Hatchet Head Zombie.
Hatchet Head Zombie, Machete Zombie. Yeah.
Hare Krishna zombie.
Oh, he's a
Yes.
rocket. I think I'm Facebook friends with like at least 4 zombies on my from that
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
Helicopter Zombie, my personal fave.
Oh, Jim Crett. He lives very close to me.
Best. I know.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I was in Gettysburg last time, I'm like, I gotta find Jim, but he wasn't there. He was at another convention, I think. Oh,
Oh,
no,
no.
it was for New Year's. Never mind.
Homer
Anyway.
zombie.
Homer Zombie.
But I
Homer
love that
Zombie.
man.
Which one was that?
I don't know. I just thought I'd put it up. It looked funny. Yeah, I think I like Dawn of the Dead. Even though it took place in a mall, I thought that was kind of a fun and inventive, thing to do, a place to hole up, that had supplies and so forth. It made sense, based on them realizing they didn't have much place to go, and there wouldn't be a ton of people there other than the people who just happened to die in the place. And they just wanted to hole up there, kind of just like wait it out. So I mean, it was a neat idea. I thought that was all right. That seems to be the idea in most zombie movies like that, especially when you're kind of going apocalyptic.
So I saw
hold
that
up somewhere and wait it out.
and wait it out.
Right.
I saw
Yeah.
that sometime around the same point as like Night of the Comet.
Okay.
So the idea that both these like the idea of going to a mall and just playing was hysterical to me. Like I thought that was great, but
Homer's not
terrifying
smart.
because bad zombie monster people.
Homer zombie definition: not a very smart zombie. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. That makes sense. I'm with you. Yeah. No, Night of the Comet.
Galen Ross is in that movie. She's awesome.
Galen Ross is great.
Night of the Comet's another good one. Since we're on the subject of sequels, wouldn't that be a cool one to get a sequel to?
Night of the Comet. Yeah,
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Gotta talk
Wonder
to
why
a
we
couple
never got
ladies.
one. Yeah.
I know, and the
See
girls,
how
the
they
women look
rebuilt the
fantastic.
world that they
Like
could
they
be
could come right
sisters.
back.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, get a petition. Where's
Yeah.
our slasher? Sorry.
Mhm.
That's
So-
the best one.
So I guess so if the movies had ended with this one, we would have never gotten Day of the Dead. So I'm kind of glad they didn't stop
Or
here.
My Uncle John is a Zombie.
Oh.
John Russo put out a movie, My Uncle John is a Zombie. Please.
Wow.
And it's supposed to take place right after Night of the Living Dead. And
Okay.
because they even talk about the ending of Night of the Living Dead, or how like you shot that guy and somebody kind of like threw an erase, you know what I mean? But it's seeing John Russo as like an 80-something-year-old zombie who can talk because he got his vocals back and he's horny as hell. And it's just, I peed myself. It was hysterical.
That sounds pretty
He
good.
just plays like a lecherous, horny old zombie. It's the best.
And John Russo, did he act in this?
Yes, he acted it. I probably wrote it too.
Wow.
It's-
Probably.
yeah, he's Uncle John. I have the poster and I have the wine. Uncle John's brain juice that he signed for me. John Russo is my favorite. I love that man.
Anything like the vials of dirt that Adam bought when he was at the horror convention.
That was
Oh
funny.
God!
Supposedly
I
came
haven't-
straight from the cemetery.
Although my dear friend Brian went to the beach where they filmed Jaws and got me sand from there, and I love that.
Oh, that's cool.
That makes me happy.
That is cool.
Yeah.
Nicole, why do you like? Now, this isn't related to the part 2 question, but why do you like Day of the Dead better? Is it? I'm just curious if it's the same reason as mine.
It's the characters.
Okay.
Rhodes.
I love the characters. I love the setting of everybody being contained underground, and they still get in. Like
Mhm.
that's terrifying. It's like when you're being chased by a killer.
Mhm.
It's like when you're being chased by a killer and you run up and hide in the attic. You know,
Okay.
like there's nowhere to go. It's very Day of the Dead was very claustrophobic.
Right.
And yes,
Yep.
Rhodes was a great character.
He was. He was
Yeah.
In
awesome.
real life too. He was a character.
Oh yeah, you got to
Yeah.
meet him.
Yeah. Oh,
That's exciting.
he asked me
All
and my then boyfriend's mother to have a threesome with him.
Oh, lovely.
I'm not kidding.
That's,
well.
Yeah.
Cheated here.
well, hey. I guess if you don't ask, the answer is always no. So
That's an
anyhow,
excellent point, sir.
mhm.
So I'm going to put you guys down.
Yeah,
for one.
that was a night. We didn't do it. I don't mean for that to sound like no.
Hey, you didn't have to say another word.
Nope. No, that didn't happen.
Oh, look, Peter Anthony. Hello, peeps. Hello,
Hi, Peter.
Hello, Peter.
Okay, thanks for coming on the show last night. That was awesome.
Yeah, sorry we didn't make it. I logged in for a bit, don't tell, but I just put the movie on mute and then I listened to your interview for a bit.
That's all right.
Don't tell Ryan.
It was a lot of fun to have
During Jason Goes to Hell.
so many people who were involved in Friday the 13th fan films on there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty
I'm
cool.
a fan of the fan films.
Me too. And they have a unique perspective. Not to mention, there was a new fan film came out yesterday. Don't know if you caught that.
I did not. I have not seen the interwebs.
Never
Who's
Hike
that?
Alone 2 is out.
What was it?
Never Hike Alone 2.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Just
I
released
saw Never Hike Alone.
yesterday.
That's
Mhm.
wonderful news.
And
I'll add
I
it
will,
to the list.
very good. Now, my reason for liking Day of the Dead a little bit more is because same thing. They're trapped underground. The zombies still get in. Everything completely falls the hell apart. And
Mhm.
even though a couple of them escape, there's still basically nowhere for them to go and kind of no hope. So it's very bleak from start to finish, and I'm
Which Nicole
kind of a
enjoyed.
fan of that.
Which I love.
Mhm.
She's like, I don't want no happy ending. I like
I don't
it
want a
bleak."
happy ending. I want to see
Yeah.
everybody die.
Did you watch oh shit, what was the one, The Wicked and the Hang on a
The
second.
Dark and the Wicked?
The Dark and the Wicked.
I did. And I don't even remember it. I just watched it like not even a week ago.
Do you remember liking it? Because it's very bleak. It was a great movie, but it's, again, very bleak.
No, because it's one of those ones where you wait an hour and a half and nothing happens. I thought it was. I was not a fan. No. No.
Abby,
I
you
can't
live
read
in
that.
such an amazing place. You're like royalty, sliding doors and shit. That's rich.
Sliding doors.
Yep,
Yep.
them sliding
I got
doors
my
are
little
fancy.
backyard area.
And
There was,
Claire,
when I went out to
Claire,
get a
sorry
smoke,
she
when
missed
I
the
walked
live
out, there was a
stream, but
lizard on my
watch
chair.
it back today.
Oh.
Lizard on your chair.
Yeah, rude.
That sounds like
My new album.
when they changed the words to
Oh,
that
yeah.
Bon Jovi song.
Lizard on a chair.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the one with the sick father. Yes, Dark and the Wicked. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought it was boring as hell, and there was no conclusion. It just ended. Awful.
Kyler liked the Dawn of the Dead kills more. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
The makeup effects
Big Daddy.
ruined
Day
it.
of the Dead was awesome.
Day of the Dead. Rhodes.
Yeah.
That was one of the best kills in any Romero movie.
All right,
Well-
I will give you what I mean. I don't dislike Day of the Dead. I just, I don't have the same nostalgia for it. It came out a lot later. I was older, so I didn't see Day of the Dead till I was probably in my 30s, maybe
Okay.
40s. I don't know. I'm so old, I forget things. But yeah, Rhodes, that kill, fantastic.
Unbelievable.
I like your hat, lady.
Hi, Catalina.
Nice hat. I don't know if you can tell.
What are you
This is
holding?
a fly swatter with a carrot on it. For some reason, she wants me to hold it,
Okay, fair.
and she's leaving. So,
You're
yeah,
in charge of that.
I'm in charge of the carrot on the fly swatter.
That's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
I know. I could just bottle this kid sometimes.
So, yeah, one of my favorite things about Day of the Dead was the effects, like
Yes.
the body that sat up and all its organs fell out of it. You know what I mean? The zombie that had like everything
was
but its
very
brainstem removed. You know what I mean? It's just had
Big
some cool
Daddy's in
stuff.
that one, right?
Oh, carrots are amazing. Yes,
I
they
mean, it's legit.
are. Anyhow,
Eugene Clark, right?
I shall move past this.
Okay.
Go ahead, Abby. What was your first selection?
My first selection is going to be an old favorite, Poltergeist 2: The Other Side. I feel like I wish they could have made a lot of those movies with that family. I really do. I don't know. I thought it was a great movie. It definitely did not make me want to stop watching them. The third one is different, but again, if we didn't lose so many people from the cast, maybe we could have continued. But
Yeah. The only thing I think I remember about Poltergeist 2 is that creepy old dude.
the worm. Oh, that God is in His holy temple. Yeah, dude, he was creepy as hell, honestly. And then the tequila worm, that scene got me for years. I watched it again recently. I sort of just fast forwarded through that scene where, do you remember the scene at all or no? He swallows, he's getting drunk, everything, Craig T. Nelson, and he swallows the worm. Well, the little evil cane dude got in the worm and possessed him. So he's basically like loudly throwing around his wife and telling him how he wishes Carol Ann, oh, you don't want to tell Carol Ann you wish she was never born, and Carol Ann's listening and crying, and the mom's freaking out.
Excuse me. Just having a carrot. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. Carrots. No, thank you. I'm done. Nicole, toss me on Poltergeist 2.
I love Poltergeist too. I think it had so many classic elements. It had so many. It's very quotable. The braces scene was terrifying. When Robbie got attacked by his own braces. I think it's a very worthy sequel. Not anything near the original, but better than the third.
That's a good point.
So yeah, obviously they could only have three because, like Abby said, a lot of the cast passed away or didn't want to come back. You know me with Poltergeist. I watch them all anytime.
I love that Clint has muted himself.
Oh, is this here thinking about Carrot? So, so the question. Excuse me. The question: do you feel that they should have made a movie after the second one, or
After the second one?
yeah? Since we're talking about Poltergeist 2, was it good enough to warrant another movie, or do you think the franchise
I
would
would
have
have watched all of the movies. Now, the third one, because it didn't have the family in it, which is what we fell in love with in the first two movies. So, would I still watch them if they came out with Poltergeist 12? I would, because I'm me, but, the love of the family unit that they had in that, I say Diane and Craig, I'm going to call him. I can't think of his character's name.
Steven.
Pardon?
Steven,
Thank you. They were like relationship goals.
I'll
They
fix it.
still are.
Don't
The
worry.
whole family is family goals. And the dog and the singing and then bad shit happened in the movie and outside of the movie. By the time the second movie was around, Dominique was already murdered. And then, after the third movie, they lost Heather, and that was part of the family. But yeah, I don't love the direction they took the third one in, but we watched it recently and it got renewed fun because the scenes that they used with the mirrors was it holds up beautifully. It's really cool. Poltergeist 3, what does that say?
Mirror scene gave me nightmares.
Yeah, but it still holds up if you go back and watch it. You knew it was a bitch to film, but the mirror work in that was amazing.
Take that out there.
Maybe remember somebody climbing out of dead Tangina, but whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I'm a fan.
Thank you. Okay. I can't say much about it. I don't remember enough about it. But I will say that
you go back and watch it on your list.
Yeah. And I have no excuses because check this out. Excuse me. Well, maybe it's not right here. Anyhow, somewhere I have a double pack DVD that's got the second and third movie in it. Strangely, not the first, but the second and the third.
That's very weird.
Here's your carrot.
First is one of my favorite. Like when you make that list of what's your favorite movies of all time, that's on my top 10.
Yeah.
And it's only say top 10 because there's just so many movies that I'm always like, well, that's in my top 5, and there's just so many top 5s you can have. But I love it.
That's true. If you have too many top 5s, then suddenly
you're up to 10, babe.
More than 5. And you need to reevaluate your list.
Yes.
Since I can't talk.
But there are too many good movies, when American Werewolf in London exists.
Sorry, what was that?
Well, I said in a world where American Werewolf in London exists and Jaws exists and Texas Chainsaw Massacre, when there's so many good movies, Exorcist 3, like these are some of my favorite all-time movies. There's just so many.
Right. So pretending that no movies came after it. If you were just focusing on that part 2, would you want another movie? I think you answered that.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, cool. I really don't want a carrot cut up by a fly swatter. Okay. That's gross. All right. All right. Take that. Go. Go away.
I banish you. I curse you, dinner.
That didn't work. Okay.
Go get
So-
dinner.
Controversial opinion. Actually, no, it's not. I will throw out Leprechaun 2.
I'm trying to remember the second one.
Leprechaun 2. Amazing piece of cinema.
I have no
I
recollection
love
of who
your
was in-
sarcasm.
I'll put it this way.
Look it up.
So this is one of those movies where they go back in time. You catch a little tidbit of Warwick Davis as the leprechaun on St. Paddy's Day in Ireland on his 1000th birthday.
I remember.
Yeah, and has a little exchange with somebody who's supposedly a slave. Is disgusted by how dirty his shoes are. Throw that away. Throw that away. Thank you. And that guy escapes on a boat to America. And somehow, many generations later, the tree that he lives in from Ireland was transplanted to, like, I don't know where the hell it went. Central Park. I don't know. I can't even remember where the story's set. It's that great. So he comes out of the tree when some bum like dumps his alcohol on it by mistake and zeroes in on the descendants of this slave that he once had. God, it's awful.
Tell us.
I think the budget was probably lower. The story was somehow worse. It was not a great addition to the franchise.
How soon did it come out afterwards? Do you
What
know?
year was that?
I mean, I could just look it up, but
Well,
I was curious if it was one of those where they rushed to put something out or they waited so long that it was more like a fan film. Nothing against fan films.
No, 1994, and the original one was when?
Is that 91?
90.
No. Let me see here.
Why that didn't automatically come up when I searched the Leprechaun?
92.
92.
92
Okay,
and
so
94. So no,
2
that's like
years.
perfect amount of time.
Yeah, 2 years later, but they rushed it. So the production from start to finish was only 6 months. So yeah, so there's whole lot of downside, to Leprechaun 2. And quite honestly, on the strength of that, I don't think they should have made additional movies. Am I glad they did?
Yes. Because we would never have gotten Leprechaun in the Hood.
That's true. Or Back to the Hood.
Back to the Hood. And didn't he go to space?
He did. That was the 4th movie.
Thank God. I think I need to do a Leprechaun recon. Leprechaun recon.
That's a gummy bear.
That's a I want to brush my teeth with a gummy bear.
Uh-huh. In space.
In space.
Yeah. So yeah. But based on the criteria at hand, Leprechaun 2, pile of dog shit. And based on that, should not have had additional movies. That is my opinion.
Glad they did.
Love it or no. That's where I sit on it. What are your opinions on Leprechaun 2? You seen it, Nicole?
I never had a desire to see anything past the first one, and I kind of regret spending the time to watch the first one. I'm not a Leprechaun fan at all. Not at all.
All right. Well, then I'll say that you agree with me. So, yeah. Abby, your thoughts on it?
I mean, even I agree with you on this because it's not a good movie, and the later ones are so much funnier. Like, I think they finally just gave into the funny on the later ones and went completely ridiculous, hence the space or in the hood or back to the hood or but no, Leprechaun 2 is not a good movie because once I looked it up, I realized I have seen it. Not very good, and based on that criteria. That one's hard for me though, because I'm always willing to watch a bad movie. I get excited when there's a bad movie.
Say Claire's with me.
But no, I don't think if based on how I felt about the second one, did I think they should make any more. But damn,
This
I'm
one
glad
should come up.
But that one's definitely going to come up.
Okay,
That's
good.
on my list. Yeah.
I didn't see what
We got you, Kyler. It's coming up.
What'd she write?
And Owen is right. The sequel to
2001 Maniacs. The one with Bill Moseley. Yeah, maybe that one
Lynn
was
Shay
great.
was great. Lynn Shay's always great. But
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cole's answer to this is just like me with the Elm Street movies. Total dog plop. There you go. All right then. Controversial opinion. Maybe that shall be addressed in a bit. All right. So that was me.
Do you want to eat a gummy birthday hat?
Gummy birthday hat. Okay, sure. Nicole.
yes. I'm gonna get another controversial one out of the way.
Okay.
I'm just begging to get beat up here.
Oh, mute too. It was too controversial.
It's too controversial. Or just do like Don does and tell me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And then mute me. I'm going with Saw.
Well, you've been very vocal about that, so I understand.
have.
You know what?
Part
Came
two
up
was great.
earlier today.
What's that?
I said this came up earlier today. My wife brought it
Okay.
up. Go for it.
It's on my list actually. But
Not trying to cut you off.
You're fine. Saw 2 was so much better than the original. I almost didn't watch any of them, and I am such a huge fan of this franchise, and I almost did not see any of them past part 1 because I hated part 1. I thought part 1 was boring. Great twist at the end, but getting there was torture. I would have rather have been in a trap.
it's so
than
funny
sit
how
through the original again.
like, and I don't even use this, but like I was listening to the other two where when they both either fiercely love or fiercely hate the same thing, and you're like, how do people that get along so well have such differing views? Because I loved the first Saw. I think it's fantastic. And I really like Saw X. That's my
me
second
and
favorite.
Ryan to a T. Ryan and I are best, but I love him to death. He's like a brother.
Yep, but you very rarely agree.
We never agree on movies ever. One time we agreed. But yeah, I am not a fan of the original Saw. I love all of them. I really do. And after I saw the second one, I could not wait for the third and the fourth and the fifth and the
That makes sense. Yeah.
Spiral is the only other one I didn't really care for. But yeah, I love Saw 2. Saw 2 is great. Saw 2 has the log truck that has become such a big part of current pop culture. Like, even if you haven't seen
thinking Final
Truck,
Destination,
I'm thinking of the wrong movie. See, we were talking about what me and Ryan agreed on, and my brain went to Final Destination.
That's awesome.
Saw 2 was great. It had some of the twist at the end.
I still the part with the needles.
And the needle pit, and he's in the safe at the end. It was just, and Donnie Wahlberg is just he's still a heartthrob after 30 fucking years. But yeah, I hated the first Saw. Didn't make me want to watch anymore, but I did, and I'm glad I did.
Claire hasn't seen any of them because she's afraid to watch them.
Oh, they're not that bad.
It's okay.
They're not that bad.
Watch the first one anyway. See if you like that.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, you'll be asleep in 10 minutes.
I kind of like the first one.
I disagree. I love the first one.
Can we say slow MF Jeff in part 3 is by far the worst?
And I love him as an actor. It was Angus McFadden, I think his name is. He's such a great actor. But yeah, his character in 3 was just. I did love the traps in 3 though. The rack
okay.
and the pit with the ground up
Oh,
pigs. That,
yes.
I was gagging in the theater.
She's like, I loved it. I threw up in my seat.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Jim loved the
That's
first
it.
Saw. Hey,
Well,
Jim.
I don't agree with you either.
He's
Rarely.
lukewarm on sequels.
Yeah, since he's the one that recommended Dark and the Wicked, and
And who was that, Jim again?
yeah,
I think Jim and I are perfect movie buddies. Just saying.
I think so too.
Because we have the same take. Everything he's brought up in every movie since we've had that one conversation was like,
Yeah.
but we're Facebook friends. We should be watching movies.
I will say I have a whole new respect for Hereditary.
I'm glad.
I do want to watch it a
wanted
couple
to
more
ask you
times,
about it.
but
It made a lot more sense the second time.
yeah, it might be one of those that I hated when I first saw it, and now I love
Good
it.
to have a guide.
Yes,
Or two.
yes. So
Wait till
Jim, the
we
next
do
time we get
Midsommar.
together, we're watching Hereditary, and you're going to point out everything I missed.
That was awesome. I really enjoyed that a lot.
Okay. So, based on your selection of Saw 2, Nicole,
Yes.
You feel that it was a strong addition to the franchise and that warranted more films? Or pile of
I
dog
think
shit?
it was for me, it was the beginning of the franchise.
Okay.
It was
'Cause
the strongest.
It was
So
it
you
was
felt
one
like
of the
it-
strongest in the franchise.
You feel like it wasn't viable until the second movie.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
Wow. Like
I mean, the first movie started everything.
Mhm.
I will always give it credit for that.
Oh,
I will have respect for it, but I don't like it.
Gotcha.
And I rewatched it not that long ago, like 2 weeks ago. I rewatched it, and it's still I couldn't do it. I couldn't get into it.
Abby and I will convince Nicole to the magic of slow burn horror.
No,
I
won't,
don't know
because
that
I
we
like
will,
the
Jim.
nap.
I'll be honest with you. Like, there are just people that do not like those movies. Like, it makes their skin crawl, and I don't get it, but I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I totally get that. That's just if slow burn is not your thing, then these movies are painful for you.
Gummy bear song.
I get that.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you don't see through my eyes, and that's the whole weird thing about how people can have such opposing views to what makes them happy.
I just have such a short attention span. Like, you got to grab me right away.
Yeah.
You know,
I get
which
it.
is why I like Final Destination. Final Destination, something major happens in the first 10 minutes, and it's on from there. You know.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm glad they made more after two.
Oh, I am too. I'm a huge fan.
Is that your take, Abby?
Yes, that's my take. I feel like
a fine addition to the series, and it warranted more movies.
And we got us to X, which I really enjoyed. I genuinely enjoyed that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, part 2 was good for me too. The most memorable things about it, of course, to me are the syringe pit, which I recently watched a behind the scenes thing on how they did that, which that was kind of cool.
Yeah,
and that took a hell of a long time to
Did they hand glue each one of them to her?
No. Yeah, but to make it look real, they took actual syringes. They discarded all of the needles, and they individually glued in little tiny pieces of fiber optic cable. So that it would look real on camera, but and it might poke you, but it won't actually puncture you. So
jab you.
Right.
Yeah, and they really underestimated how many it would take to fill that pit up. So they ended up putting stuff in the bottom and then filling it.
Wow. Yeah, that scene gets me.
I forget how many they got. I don't.
Actually, that one, the wrists, that's the one where she
of
puts her wrist through the things and then has to pull them out. The degloving.
Oh my God. I yell at the TV every time I watch it when she puts her second arm in, going, "Are you that stupid? Why would you put your other arm in there?" But honestly,
why would you put any arm in there?
Exactly. The one part that really makes my skin crawl is when it's towards the end and they're in the old room and she says to the big guy, "You still don't know your own number." And he starts to cut the skin off of the back of his own neck.
Ugh.
Oh God. Yeah, like
That
how
is a good
desperate are
movie.
you? That's fantastic. Part 2
And
is
I
fantastic.
liked that movie more after rewatches than I did
Yeah.
the first time I saw it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
I can tell she's singing.
Yeah, and she was smacking me also. So yeah, and I, for whatever reason, I will never forget the dude who took the bullet in the eye when he was just looking through the hole in the
Looking
door.
through the people.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, part 2, good addition. Glad they
Yeah.
made more. Not all of them were fantastic, but
No,
Saw's been a pretty good series, I believe.
it has more good ones than bad ones.
That's good. Oh. The heart is from Kaylee, who is one of our friends who was in Bloody Summer Camp.
Nice.
So,
I love that movie.
anyhow, hey Kay, good to see you.
All right.
Abby, I think we're at you.
I'm going to go with a personal favorite where they only made 2 movies. And based on the second one, I definitely would love them to take more, which I do believe we might be having. Return to Oz.
That's on my list.
Return to Oz is terrifying in comparison, but if I would have seen The Wizard of Oz in the 50s, like when my mom saw it as a kid, you know, things might have hit me differently. But yeah, that I wish they would have made the whole series of books, you know?
Yeah.
It would have made me really happy. Don't you know? And R.I.P. Piper Laurie,
Yes.
who passed today, who she played Aunt Em in the movie.
That was upsetting.
That
I
was
never got to
upsetting.
meet
I
her.
did not realize that she was 91. I
Yeah.
thought she was younger. So, but I've also been watching Twin Peaks for the last like couple weeks, so I think I'm just having this.
All right, before you Argento my eye, stop.
Argento my eye. I love that as a verb.
So, all right, don't.
You're like, where's my wife?
This is Catalina ASMR.
Give her something to eat.
Well, she's been packing all these gummy bears and
Yeah.
humming the gummy bear song. So
Are they
We're-
sugar-free gummy
we're good on the snacks, I think.
Come on, give her another pixie stick.
So, Return to Oz. Yes, nice selection.
Thank you.
You know, honestly, on the strength of the first film, I don't know that I would have necessarily been keen to watch a second one. I mean, because my expectations would have been different.
Yes.
Because that being, you know, a very, we'll say somewhat kid-friendly movie, and it was a musical, you know, that thinking that I was going into that for a second time, I might have been hesitant to watch it, but having seen it, you know, and I know how cool it really is and how it's closer to the actual books, as far as its darkness, and so forth. I really liked that movie. And I certainly would have watched another one.
So based on that, you would think, heck yeah, to the sequels.
Yeah. So based on a part 2, definitely would have watched a part 3. Good addition.
Well done.
You a fan of this one, Nicole? I didn't get your take on it.
I'm a huge Wizard of Oz fan. Huge. I just saw Return to Oz. What was it? 5 months ago, maybe 6 months ago. Don actually made me watch it.
Yes, I figured as much.
Yeah, and I loved it. Loved it. It was scary. I mean, not as scary as it would have been if I had seen it when I was a kid, but it was those
There's
wheelie
something
guys
about
are
electric
creepy
shock
as
therapy and
fuck.
wheelies.
And honestly, I cannot wait to watch Gale. That is
I
on. It's only
know.
27 minutes, which
Did
I know
somebody
that's
say it
not.
was
It's not
already
going to be
out
enough.
on YouTube?
It's not on YouTube. It's on
I forget the name of the service now.
I almost said Chillerama. Something like that.
Was it Chiller?
Chilling or Chiller or Chilling. One of them.
I'll have
Something
to
like
look it
that.
up.
Yeah.
Owen talked about it like last week.
I know, I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
but
He
I
said he
don't
saw it. It
remember.
was great.
Yeah. And he went and got a free chilling.
Chilling.
Just set
There
you
we
straight.
go.
Set you straight. Thank you.
And now I'm eating licorice because
Because of the gummy
gummy
bears.
bears.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, kid.
As
Well,
soon as you said gummy bear, I went to the end of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. You want a gummy bear?
Just
They've
choked
been
on
in my pocket. They're nice and warm.
Nice.
well,
They're all soft and warm.
better than the chocolate covered pretzels and mole rats.
Oh.
Ryan!
Right.
Hi!
Hey,
You're
guys.
alive.
Are you here to
I'm
argue
here.
with me?
Probably. I just got back from second Canadian Thanksgiving, so
Oh, awesome.
I think Canadians are like hobbits
we're kind of like hobbits.
who don't know who Erin Gray is.
Are you
I'm still not
stuffed?
over that.
Yeah, very stuffed.
Yeah.
What do you think of Return to Oz, sir?
I like it better than the original.
I won't go that far, but
Hey, look at that.
I would
We
love
already-
to see another one. I would love to see another sequel to it.
Stop.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate they tapped out there because it still had a lot of creativity.
Yeah.
I think, like Nicole was saying, this short that's out now called Gale, I'm hoping it resparks interest in it and that somebody will take it up. I mean, they did do the Oz movie.
Oh, with Jesus, yeah. What's his name?
Mila Kunis and what's his face?
Yeah,
James Franco,
that's it.
maybe?
Yeah.
Ryan's push internet.
There he
There
is.
we go.
Well, technically, we're up to you.
Oh.
No.
How's that for
Okay,
popping in the right time?
Poltergeist 2, Leopard 2, Saw 2, Turn to Oz. Ah,
No.
But
I'm trying to think of it too. I'm
Oh.
drawing a blank.
How about something we watched yesterday?
So full of fucking
yeah,
bumper charts.
go with Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th Part 2, yeah. You know what? Yeah, Friday the 13th Part 2. What is, are we just ramming off twos? Or are we ramming off twos that we think are better than the original?
You may take any position on it that you like. Our question is it a good part 2 where you feel like it was a worthy addition to the franchise and warranted more movies, or is it a pile of dog shit and they should have stopped there?
Okay. Well, with Friday the 13th Part 2, I do like it better than the original. Nothing against Pamela Voorhees, but I mean, there's a reason why we've got 11 of the 12 movies have Jason in
57
them.
other movies.
Mhm.
Never do not.
That was not, by the end of it, there was definite like out of body experiences.
Yeah. Losing shit, man. Shoving pizza in my face hole.
Oh god, it was
gluttonous and awful. I loved every minute of it. I'm going to be honest with you.
oh, my son just started screaming random stuff. We were still having a good
Wi-Fi's out.
the Wi-Fi's out. By the time we got to the remake, he just said he was like, Wi-Fi's out.
Wi-Fi's out.
Wi-Fi's out.
Well, then it probably
Gave up.
was.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, well, at least now that makes sense. But yeah, Friday the 13th Part 2. Amy Steele is such a fun character, like her character, and obviously Amy Steele is the actress.
Yes.
Obviously not fun enough of a character that I can remember her name in the movie.
Ginny.
Ginny, yes.
I like Sackboy Jason, possibly even more than I like Hockey Mask Jason.
Mhm.
I liked that he had his little shack that today would probably be worth about $695,000 with a bidding war.
It does have a view of the lake, so yes.
Does have a view of the
Yeah.
lake, like it's private.
That almost came out my
It's
nose.
just kind of bigger and better in every way. They took what made the first one work and they just kind of ran with it. It was a little bit sleazier, a little bit more exploitative. It had a guy in a wheelchair get hit with a machete and fall down about 50 stairs.
50 stairs.
So great.
Yeah.
And yet he still wasn't annoying as Shelley.
Yeah. The brutality was way
They didn't
higher.
care. Jason don't care.
No, Jason's an equal opportunity killer. But yeah, no, I just thought like it was definitely. Thankfully, it hit with a lot of people because that's the way the franchise went moving forward. And every time they tried to stray away from Jason, he always found his way back in. So yeah, Friday 13th Part 2, I think is definitely, even if you don't like it better than the original, you got to admit it shaped the franchise.
Made a series.
That's all I got.
Excuse me. That's
I'd
good.
say
Serious.
it did. I'd say it did. Yeah, worthy addition to the franchise, even if it did create a major plot hole from the get-go.
A bit.
And all the hilarious commentary that I listened to about the opening scene itself, where he winds up at Alice's house, and we all have to come to the realization that he probably had to take a taxi cab because there was no Uber. Carrying
Maybe
his
somebody around
mother's
the
head.
camp gave him lessons.
If he had, that's possible.
Somebody at camp gave him lessons.
On how to drive. He just killed some campers.
Michael
and,
Myers
drove over.
I know.
Michael Myers could speed out of Haddonfield.
He had to figure out what her name was, and then he had to look her up in the white pages and get her address.
Where was she staying? Where was the place?
It was her apartment.
Yeah.
But could it have been a block away from the lake?
That would
be a really strange place for her to live, considering the trauma.
I'm not saying
of the
it
tragedy.
wouldn't
That's how she decided to cope on her therapist.
I just can't get him out of my head, and people are like, "Well, no, duh, you can see the lake from your window."
Exactly.
Point though.
Get a mental image of that. Somebody teaching him how to drive. I can't see. Use your good eye.
Use your good eye.
Move the sack over.
The one that's not covered by the sack. Use that one.
Yeah. Did you remember to signal?
Oh my god.
Put your seatbelt on. 10 and 2, Jason. Put the machete down.
Put the machete
Jason, this is just a sobriety check. They just want to check if you're drunk. No, Jason, keep the machete under your seat. Don't pull it. No, that's just going to agitate them, Jason.
I love this.
Oh god. I
So,
can't.
But yeah,
This is
Part
why
2
I
has
love
always
you,
been one of
Ryan.
my favorites. So I cannot disagree with you. I'm glad they made more films after that.
I mean, I am too, but part of me really wishes it had just stopped there.
Yeah, because then you would have had a really quick day yesterday.
So tired.
Yeah, he just kept
Like
saying
1, 2, done.
Would have been 6 hours.
It's worse than Hellraiser. It's worse than Hellraiser. Like that's what just kept coming across. It's worse than Hellraiser. Why are there so many? Why are they so long?
God.
Nothing needs to be this long.
No Jason movie needs to be more than almost 2 hours.
70 minutes right there would be
The
perfect.
remake is an hour and 48 minutes. Why?
The remake was so bad.
I mean, we did get perfect nipple placement out of it, so I get it, but
Yeah, that was a real comfortable scene to watch when I took my 11-year-old son to see it in the theater.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
it's no better with a 16-year-old.
Learned something that day.
Here, I'm sorry.
All right,
anyway.
Jason is out of all of them, Jason, Michael, Freddy, Leatherface, all of them, Jason is my absolute favorite. He's my favorite mass killer. I loved part 2. I agree with you, Ryan, was better than the original. I love the original. It has a place. It was the beginning of the story, but part 2 was better. Not my favorite, but I'm glad they made more. I think they should have stopped at 6. I think 6 should have been the end. I'm sorry, Kane. I know you're 7 through 10, but I think they should have stopped at 6 as far as the story goes, because after that, I completely lost interest. The stories just got more ridiculous, and I'm not going to get into part 9.
That's
But Jason X was a fun movie. I did enjoy Jason X just out of hysterics. I thought it was great. The kills were great. It was funny
oh my God, it's
and
so
just
good.
ridiculous to the point of laughter. Freddy vs. Jason was fucking awful. The remake was fucking awful. Derek Mears was great. I loved Derek Mears as Jason, but yeah.
Jared Padalecki sort of annoys me. It's terrible, but I kind of want to slap him. I don't know why. He's like a big teddy bear, but I don't know. I like the sister. What's her face?
Who was that? Was she in the remake?
In the remake, the Jared
2019
Padalecki.
remake.
Yeah.
Yeah. She used to be on the show The Mentalist. I like that show. I liked her. She's
What
gorgeous.
2019
She's also
remake?
what's that?
What 2019 remake?
I think you meant
No,
the
the
2009
one
remake.
from 2000 and
No, there was a comment.
oh,
It
I'm
said
sorry.
2019 remake.
Yeah.
But I think they meant the 2009 remake.
Oh, okay. God, you get me all confused. I'm like, did I miss something?
I don't know what's her name. It's like Amanda
Was
or
she in
something.
Was she in the remake? Who was she in the remake?
In the remake, she was the sister that they go looking for.
Oh, okay. The one that was being held hostage.
Amanda Rigetti is her name. She was in some of our favorite movies of all times. Wasn't she in
Don't say the Dawn of the
Resurrection?
Dead.
I gotta see. I feel like she was in Halloween Resurrection, but I could be making that up. Friday the 13th. She played with you. Doesn't
Yes.
matter.
America Alivo played Amanda. Correct.
Okay.
America is how you say
Amanda Rigetti played Whitney.
the sister, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe.
I don't learn their names.
I
Yes.
don't learn their names.
It's best you don't get attached. They're not going to make
Yeah.
them.
Jason can learn to drive. You can learn their names.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's right.
Jason's got a little bit more determination than I do.
Yeah. He showed up in a car that had student driver plastered on the back. Yeah.
Does he get a handicap tag because he's blind in one eye?
He only has one eye, and his face looks like this.
Oh my god. Okay. I think it's
Feel
your
better now. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the second one. I loved the first one, but the second one was actually the first one I saw as a kid because our babysitter was awesome. And so then I went back to watch the first one. I loved the first movie because I like a whodunit slow burn, but the second one I think is fantastic. Amanda.
America.
Oh,
Burned
America
up in the
burned
sleeping
up
bag.
in the sleeping bag. Yes.
Oh, okay.
I
I think
remember
the
that.
second one was like one of the last ones I saw. My video store never had it.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense why you like it the most, I think.
I don't like it the
Or
most.
almost the most. Or better.
That's
Speaking
it.
of video stores, Olin, I love your new tattoo. That is the coolest, most original thing I have ever seen.
It's amazing, right?
Pretty awesome.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
I said, the nipple
That's
placement.
the little horror logo.
Yeah, the little horror logo
Saw that.
above.
That's a new one yet.
Melissa.
Just above Melissa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Oh, the horror logo was the tattoo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was. I think that was the intention.
I was just wondering why.
Well,
I
it had
just-
that
I'm just-
plastic stuff on it, so I was pretty
I
sure.
thought
Yeah.
Felicia was.
Well, that he just got very recently.
Oh,
It did, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
he just
my
posted
dumbass.
recently.
Yeah, my horror
Right
sticker.
there.
Oh, it says thank you. Yeah, no. The Felissa one was before that, and then he got the little green sticker that said horror on it, like you'd see in the video stores.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he'd gotten Felicia, and
Might
for
have.
some reason just slapped a horror sticker on top of his shoulder.
Well, you could,
I mean,
It
but
works.
I'm
Hey, Rob Mahoney's here. Hey, man.
Rob.
How's it going?
Hi, Rob.
Yep. So, and I'm just like, why don't I think of cool stuff like that to do?
I know.
Shall I continue to go with
Mm-hmm.
dog shit options? That's most of my list.
Really?
Yeah. This one might be controversial. Let's go that way. Hostel 2. Hostel 2. First of all, has anybody seen it?
Which one? Hostel 2?
Hostel 2.
I have seen it. I've seen it within the past year.
Okay. Did
There.
you like it?
Tell us what you think of it.
Okay. Anybody else see it? No. Ryan, yes. Okay. You know what? I like this one. And I dare say that I might like it a little bit more than the first one. Because the first one was all about the the basic structure of the story and the brutality of the torture and kills that occur to these people who unfortunately get kidnapped, and the one guy's very narrow escape. And you get a little bit of return on that by the end when you get a pretty brutal revenge kill by him.
Mm-hmm.
Hostel 2 has a more elaborate story, in my opinion, a better character arc to the main female character. She gets a much more satisfying revenge kill by the end, and she is more or less accepted into the fold of these murderous people who have the ones that are profiting off of this capture and torture for money scheme. So yeah, I like that one a lot. Based on part 2, I'd say yeah, I wanted more of these movies. And then we got part 3, which really sucked ass.
Which is like, be careful what you wish for.
But based on part 2, I'm like, yeah, I'm in. I love it. I want another movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, thoughts?
Nicole, you said you never saw it?
The original never made me want to see a sequel. I hated the original. I'm not a fan of torture porn.
Yeah.
A bunch of murdering millionaires. Like, I might as well watch CNN. Live reports from the White House. It's not my thing. No.
I 100% agree with you, Clint. I did not enjoy the first movie. I don't care for torture porn movies either. Hostel 2, however, is much better than Hostel. And honestly, the cast. So the main girl is Laura German. She's from Lucifer. She's the main lady in Lucifer. Mm-hmm. You've got Heather Matarazzo, whose death scene like gutted me, but she goes out Elizabeth Bathory style.
That's the girl from the Princess Diaries?
Yes.
Okay.
Bijou Phillips is in it. Roger Bart is in it. It's got a great cast, but the story is significantly better. And yeah, honestly, Heather Matarazzo's death in that was rough because I had just met her like the day before and said, all right, I'm finally going to watch this movie. And I was like, so just seeing her naked, it was hard enough, hanging upside down and like gutted like from head to
Terrifier style.
Kind of, just
okay.
But not straight down the middle, but straight down the gut. But
yeah, I can't.
It was rough. And I adore her. She is. I mean, I fell in love with that woman. She's hysterical.
She's fantastic. She is. The one thing that Hostel did for me, I hated it so much that anytime I see Eli Roth's name attached to something,
You wanna
I
slap
immediately
some-
don't want to. I don't want to see it. I immediately don't want anything to do with it.
Did you watch
Mm.
Clown?
No.
Okay. So I had the same, well, I used to have the same Eli Roth ick about me. And Clown I loved, surprisingly. It's the first one that didn't go to gross you out for the sake of grossing you out, if that makes sense.
Right.
Did he do
Like
Clown?
Terrifier.
What's that?
Did he do Clown?
He did, Eli Roth did Clown, didn't he?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't know.
Maybe he
I gotta look
executive
that up.
produced it.
Maybe. I thought he directed it. No, he did not. You're right. He must have produced it. All right, my bad. Maybe that's
Well.
why it was the first movie of his I liked.
Well, and there is a whole bunch of movies called Clown.
Hmm.
So, but I'm not gonna sit here and weed through them all and find one that Eli Roth.
Oh no,
did.
I know the one. I'm just looking to see.
Oh. Jim says Nicole will hate Clown. Abby and I like it.
Yeah, and he did produce it. You're
Probably.
right.
I like it also.
So did people we shall not name.
Oh, was that the Jim that we were talking to the other day?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Jim.
Yeah, I'm not an Eli Roth fan so much. I just don't like things that make me want to take a shower when I'm done watching them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Like
Cabin Fever.
Like Cabin Fever.
yeah,
But I like Clown a lot.
like like the sadness.
All right. Wow.
The sadness was a good movie, but oof, I needed a shower and
Watch it.
bleach.
It took me 2 days to watch it.
Hi, Ron.
I had to turn it off
Yeah. So,
and go back. Yes.
Ryan, your opinion on Hostel 2.
I fucking hate Hostel 2.
Yeah. We agree
Okay.
again.
Yeah. Now, I'm in the same boat as Nicole. I absolutely hated Hostel. I didn't see a point to it. I don't know why. I've seen all of them. I don't know why I've seen all of them.
There's more than 2.
You're a
There's 3.
completist.
And honestly, to me, 3 is the closest one to enjoyment I got out of the franchise. Probably because it was so very different feeling from the other 2 that it just gave me some blind hope that I might actually find some enjoyment out of this franchise. I didn't, but there was, just because I think I got that little bit of hope. That's why 3 sticks with me the most. I find they're mean-spirited. They are basically a bigger budgeted, lamer attempt at the guinea pig films. And the only difference is that they try to make some semblance of sense. They're just, and I like Eli Roth. I like Cabin Fever. I'm excited for Thanksgiving. I just feel that they're just mean-spirited, gross movies for the sake of being mean-spirited and gross. I can't get behind them at all. And 2, I feel ups the ante with that in just making the characters more vulnerable. And to me, that just upped the ick factor by 100.
What exactly is a guinea pig movie?
They were these weird, I don't know if they're Japanese or Korean, but they're basically snuff movies that aren't real snuff movies.
Oh, okay. Like
Kinda
that
like a-
Siberian whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
kind of like those Faces of Death movies or whatever back in the,
Okay.
the turn of, but these ones were really like they're shot like very amateur style with very grainy footage, and whoever did the effects on them knew what they were doing. They're just like, it's sticking hypodermic needles in people's eyeballs and stuff like that, and it's just mean stuff. I watched a couple of them when I was in college because I thought they were edgy.
Like while we sat through Faces of Death.
Tim says,
Yeah.
I thought I liked Hostel, but I think you guys just convinced me that I don't.
No,
I'm
you
very
don't.
convincing.
You're welcome. And everything that I've said about both all three movies is based on one viewing. So I also am not a huge fan of torture movies. I typically pass on them, or if I do watch them, it's only one time. But based on what I remember about it, I was like, yeah, they were good enough. I'd watch another one. But except for part 3. Fuck part 3. Sorry, Ryan.
I hate all of them. It's like
You're like, that was the closest one to a
That's
good
the
time.
only one I liked.
because like I said, it gave me a crumb of hope that we might actually have something more than just torture porn for the next hour and a half, and we did not.
And Olin says, I can handle anything other than hair clogs.
I used to insert hair plugs. I used to do hair transplants at my old job. It's like playing a large game of whack-a-mole. Because when you
that's
start
not where I
plugging
thought
it
that
back
was
in,
going.
the other ones start popping out. So you got to keep pushing the ones in that you did while you put the other ones in. It's like playing a big old whack-a-mole on someone's head. It's awesome.
I think I hate that more than Hostel.
Sorry, Bella.
And I don't know if this is true, but Charlie Sheen saw the first guinea pig and reported it to the FBI because he thought it was a real snuff flick.
If I hadn't known, I would have assumed.
Might have been somebody who sent it to him, trying to get backing for it at a studio or something. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Because we know Charlie Sheen always makes good decisions.
Yeah.
When you think good decisions,
you think Charlie
Sheen.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Winning. Nicole, I think I'll move on to you.
Okay. I'm trying to think of where to go right now. I have a couple controversial ones here. I'm just going to keep going controversial.
Go for it.
I'm going with Halloween.
Halloween 2?
Halloween 2 was better than the original.
I think a lot of people agree with you on that.
I like that.
I love the original, of course, groundbreaking. It was, it was what it was, but I thought part 2 was 100% better.
Part 2 solidified my fear of hospitals.
It was, yeah.
I was terrified to sleep over a hospital for the first time because of Halloween Part 2. Because I assumed they were all empty at night like that.
Nick Castle is, of course, the original Michael. I think Dick Warlock scared me more than Nick Castle did.
Agreed.
And he has a better name.
He was terrifying.
Yeah.
The clog scene. I talked to him about the clog scene the first time I met him, like 20 years ago. And he was cracking up. Because it was just, there was no music. There was no nothing. It was just clunk, clunk. It was scary as shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, much better than the original.
That is a controversial statement.
Mm-hmm. What does Ryan have to say? A complete fucking waste of time.
That's what he said about the first one.
That's what he said about the first one.
he's like, how do you justify this dumpster fire?
Yeah. Complete fucking waste of time. It's just he was so adamant of it. Crack me up. Complete fucking waste of time.
Yeah. Adam had to walk away for a minute. He took his headphones off and everything.
I
Adam agree with that.
Adam said the same thing about Evil Dead, so Adam can take a long walk off short pier.
Damn. I will not agree with that. I do love the original, but I thought the second one was much better. I'm glad we had sequels. I loved 4 and 5. I loved bringing in Jamie, and 3, of course, was
Wish
a fantastic
they would have picked a
movie.
direction and stayed with it, but
just 3 was great, but I think it would have been better had it not been in the franchise.
Right.
But
sure.
Or released as the second movie.
Yeah, and 4 and 5 were great. 6.
No.
I did
but
love
it did
H2O.
give us all run.
I did love H2O when they bringing back Jamie Lee Curtis is always a win. Yeah, and God forgive
I even like
I loved
Resurrection.
Rob Zombie's Halloween. I did.
Oh, I did
I
too.
love a good prequel. I love a good prequel.
Mhm.
And the first half of that movie was brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. William Forsythe as the horrible stepfather was fantastic. The escape,
Somebody you just
Danny
want to set on
Trejo,
fire.
you know, I see 3 as a prequel. Hmm.
Don't really know where it falls in the timeline, so I mean, it's possible.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was intended to be.
Olin, you're gonna have to come on video and explain that.
I feel the only.
I need that theory.
Yeah.
Oh,
But yeah, that's my thought on Halloween. Love the second one was better, and I'm grateful that they made more.
Cool.
Yeah.
the only thing I want to say about 3 being a prequel is it's weird that in the rest of the movies, then they didn't bring up, the giant child massacre that happened several years
Yeah.
back, where we lost
Yeah.
like half the population of the world's
Yeah.
children. I
Exactly.
feel
Yeah,
it might be
Sorry
something
about
that comes up.
kids.
Like,
And, like,
what's
3
his name from
adults.
the Breakfast Club might have told that story instead of the one about that guy,
The
in
duck
Hawkeye,
and the.
a guy in the mask that killed a couple people like
Yeah,
20
yeah.
years ago.
Anthony Michael Hall should
That's
have
it.
about
Oh
that.
yeah, took me a
Might
minute.
have talked about the
Figure out who you were
Yeah.
talking about.
Tell a story about silver shamrock masks and watching,
Yeah,
a
yeah.
broadcast.
Instead of running around screaming,
Well,
what
my
was he
friends had
screaming?
snakes and
Evil
insects crawl out of their
Christ.
heads.
Oh, evil dies tonight. Yeah,
Yeah.
Awful.
so
Yep.
bad.
Although it did bring across one of my favorite T-shirts of all time, which I own. It is his picture from 16 Candles, and it just says "Evil dies tonight," and it's awesome. And I was going to
figured
wear it
that's-
to meet him
I
because
figured
it's
that's
got,
where. Oh,
what's
go
that?
ahead. Sorry. No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I want to wear it next time I see him. My little Evil dies tonight with his little like.
I've never seen 16 Candles.
Sorry, that was a gasp. Then you'll never know the love of Jake.
Jake Ryan.
Jesus Christ, that guy was so fucking.
He was all
I
right.
like.
But
Never mind.
oh my god, I'm in shock. That's gonna
I
be
got
the
one
next
better
watch
for you
along.
because I keep throwing him in his face, but he didn't know who. No one, him and Adam don't know Erin Gray.
Made up name.
It's not a made up.
Oh, that's right. I told you online.
Next watch along is going to be 16 Candles, and Ryan, trust me, it is
Actually,
one of the
Ryan
funniest
will love
movies
it.
you will ever see.
Yeah.
John Hughes
You'll
makes
love
my feet itch.
Hysterical.
John Hughes makes your feet itch. Wow. Although I gotta say, 16 Candles doesn't hold up the same way when he's like giving away his girlfriend.
Mhm.
She's so fucked up. Tell her you're
Yeah.
me, and you'll get
Yeah,
everywhere.
these days
Like
that would be like.
it's things are different. But sorry, guys, I'm one of those people that like Halloween 3.
I-
Don't be
I
sorry.
like
I
Halloween
like
3.
Halloween 3 too. Is
I
that
have
Jim?
nothing against
I
Halloween
can't see
3.
who said that. Of course, it's Jim.
Yeah, I loved part 3. It was a fantastic movie. It just didn't belong in the franchise.
Right. So now I'll say something that's probably common knowledge. Part 3 was more along the lines of what they John Carpenter had
What
intended
Carpenter
with the
wanted.
series. Was to
Mhm.
just have a series of Halloween themed movies. He didn't plan on doing more Michael Myers films. He only did it because the
They
studio
forced
basically
him to.
compelled him to do it. And he admitted to drinking heavily while he was writing the script. So all I have to say that is give me more drunk John Carpenter, because I like that movie.
I did too.
And I found it really fun. I thought it
It
was
was.
more exciting. More things happened in
Mhm.
Halloween 2 than it did in the original. Love the original. Not saying I don't like it. See, that's where people get angry. They're like, "What the fuck's the matter with you?"
I'm
But
amazed they didn't riot when Ryan gave his
Yeah.
opinion.
I had more fun with Halloween 2, and I think part of the reason why I like it so much, and in fact better, is because I saw it first.
Okay.
It took me a while to go back and see the original, and I like the original, but not as much as
It was-
2.
It was faster paced.
Mhm.
Paced.
Yeah.
There was a chase. There was the hospital. There were the hallways and the elevator, and then she got out to the car. And in the original, it's just she's
There
in
were
the house,
nurses. Sorry.
and that's it.
Yeah. There was nurses with clogs, and there was hot
was hot
tubs
tub.
that got way too hot. You
I
know,
love that.
so yeah, it showed another dynamic to his character. I liked the mechanic of continuing the same night, to where Jamie Lee Curtis, even though we thought she was out of danger at the end of the first movie, in fact was
Still
not
was
out
at
of
it.
danger.
Yeah.
And there was just a lot of cool stuff that happened. I liked it.
I love the direct sequel, like
Yeah.
right there.
That's it. Taking Carpenter down to the pub for a writing session. Thank you. Please do.
Please do.
So yeah, on the strength of this movie, definitely liked the fact that they made more movies, and I would have been wanting that, even though John Carpenter himself not a fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, part 4. I'll
Part
even
4 is
accept
great.
part 5. Not my favorite. I usually like to stop at part 4.
But part 5 had Tina. She's one
It
of my
did.
all-time favorite characters.
She's fantastic.
Tina was great.
Yeah.
They did
And-
her dirty.
They
Sorry.
did. But she died for Jamie.
Yeah.
She did.
She
She
did.
sacrificed herself.
Part 4 had the worst mask of all. Because it looked like the Buckethead mask or something. You know what I mean? Like, and it has the most frustrating scene ever. I get frustrated every time I watch it, and I'm sitting there yelling at it. I'm like, look at this asshole. You know, can't even reload a double barrel shotgun. You know what I mean? He's just, and he
can drive a
screws that
car.
up so bad and then gets stabbed with it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
thrown over the
Yeah.
balcony. I'm like, Jesus.
Not
That's what you
everybody
get
knows.
for not working a double barrel shotgun correctly. What's the matter with you?
I love it. And it had one of the best songs ever when they were teasing Jamie. Jamie's uncle's the boogeyman. It sticks in your head. It really
I thought
does.
you were gonna go with the part where they say Jamie's an orphan, and I was like, "Holy
Oh,
shit!"
yeah,
that-
yeah.
like,
Jamie's
Jesus,
an
Nicole,
orphan.
that's fucking
what
dark.
I
Jamie's
thought
uncle's the
too.
boogeyman. Should've known soundtrack.
Oh.
Mm.
Ah.
But I love 5. I love Tina. I love that they killed Rachel.
Fuck that, Rachel.
You know, I like it when everybody just fucking dies. I hated the cowboy thing though. That was fucking stupid. I still don't understand it to this day.
Cowboy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, part 5.
In part 5, yeah.
Okay, it's like, where the fuck was a cowboy in part 4?
The cowboy boots and the trench coat.
No,
Didn't get it.
Oh, what, the Man in Black?
Yeah, she's talking with the man in black.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember the part in part 4 where a cowboy was like riding through the streets or something. I was like, was he part of the posse? Like,
Yeah, it might have been.
because evil dies tonight, you know?
Yeah, because
Nice.
evil dies tonight.
Yeah,
that's what
He
the
was
posse
the-
in Halloween kills.
he was the
Nicholas.
guy with the Stetson on, and he was on his riding lawnmower.
Jesus Christ. With the lady and the iron on the back.
Yeah,
Love
The
that
Iron Maiden?
lady.
yeah. No, he had a lasso, and there was a chick on the back who was holding an iron.
I never kink shame anyone, man. I mean, right.
Reminds me of that old joke, that old riddle. Cowboy rides into town on Friday, stays for 3 days, and leaves on Friday. How did he do it?
Right, it's his horse.
Horse's name is
Okay.
Friday. Yeah.
Ah.
Jesus. Yes.
All right.
Sorry.
Do we want to love him or hate him on this one? Like, do we want a movie we love or a movie we hate?
Oh,
I thought you were talking about me.
dealer's choice. Dealer's choice.
All right, I'm gonna go with one that I did not care for. Children of the Corn 2. I just watched this. I mean, I've seen it before, but I have a feeling I never watched it. I remember certain scenes with like the voodoo doll in the church and everything. Has everybody seen Children of the Corn Part 2?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
have.
love the
No,
first
hang on.
one. I'm a big fan of the book and of the movie. if based on the second one, no, I don't think they should have made any more, and they should have listened to me. But I'm sure Ryan loves them.
Corn
I'm
Soup,
shocked.
Final
I'm honestly
Sacrifice.
shocked.
I think I did
You
see
like the
that.
second one?
Me?
Yeah.
I think it's leagues ahead of the first one.
Jesus Christ. How are we friends?
No, there's no way. There's no way anybody can look at Children of the Corn and think, "Oh, this is great. This is what I want my horror movie to be." A bunch of whiny little gingers and guys in funny hats
I can't.
screaming Bible scripture to Sarah Connor for 45 minutes, and then nothing happens.
and some of the worst animated effects I've ever seen in a horror movie.
Wow,
That's right.
yeah.
Something does happen,
first
but
one
it
or
was
the
literally
second one,
so
'cause-
terrible, I blocked it out.
Some
That's the
green
first-
animated effects.
Freaking Mr. Boogity shows up at the end.
Mr. Boogity.
Anyway, I'm
He's
sorry.
all like,
It is a terrible movie. I'm not gonna lie.
love it. Wow.
Now I feel like I should give Children of the Corn 2 a try.
So, have you
It's
Final
streaming. I know
sacrifice.
I saw it streaming, so
I think
And I
it's
would
I
on
didn't
say-
pay for that.
Would you say this was in fact not the final sacrifice?
It, in fact, was not even close to the
there
final
are like
sacrifice.
15 of these movies.
Yeah. There's
I
a
just
lot of
described
Children of
a
the
meet
Corn
and
movies.
greet I was at a while back.
Awkward.
That's fun.
Nicole, have you seen Children of the Corn 2?
Yes, I have. I'm a little. I can't. The original
Children of the Corn
was
2 on
great.
the
It was
cob.
terrifying. Fucking yeah.
I'm
Malachi
convinced
was scary as shit, and Isaac gave me fucking nightmares.
Isaac still
Like,
gives me nightmares.
He still gives me nightmares, and he's the nicest man.
He's so sweet.
The new
What is
movie
it?
sucked.
Yeah,
The
it
new
wasn't that
movies.
great.
No,
It
I
wasn't.
liked the new
Yeah.
one.
It wasn't that great.
I did like the new
Oh my
one.
God.
You didn't like it?
I enjoyed the new one.
Thank you. I did too.
I love that little girl. She was
She was-
fantastic.
She was.
Okay, but when you
Creepy
guys
as fuck.
so when you guys talk about like it being like so terrifying, we're talking about the same movie, right? Like we saw the same Children of the Corn.
With
We
Sarah
also
Connor,
saw it
yes.
when we were very young.
But
So when
exactly.
this came out,
I think I
how
was like
old
12 when I first saw it.
I was going to
and
say I
it
might have been
was-
about 10 or 11, so that makes sense.
when Isaac comes out and he wants
he
you
wants
to,
you to, Malachi.
That was
Terrifying.
scary as shit when you're 12 years old,
Yup,
sitting in your
yup.
parents' basement, drunk, watching. It was the
I think
second
I
one
own
was.
the first 6 of them, actually, strangely. I don't know why. It was one of those
I never
box
saw
sets
past
at
the
Walmart.
second one.
They're
Never saw
not
past the
good.
second.
I never saw past the
What does
second.
that
I
say?
remember the second. The second was good.
Says-
It was
I'll find the second.
campier.
They crush
Says
an
where it
old
took
lady.
my middle name from, the original Malachi.
Malachi.
The second
Yeah,
one crushes
nice.
an old lady with a house, and her final words are "What a world! What a
What a
world!"
world! That's what I was going to bring up from this. So that's the only positive is they drop a house on her with her legs sticking out, and as it's going down, she's going, "What a world! What a world!" And I thought I actually wrote that down to talk.
Wow.
I enjoyed the second one. I did.
Was Dorothy
it
in the
was-
house?
Campy.
No, Dorothy
but-
was not.
Toto
Okay.
might have been.
She did have a little dog.
Yeah.
She did have a little dog.
But I never saw
Yep.
past 2, and I don't know why. Because I like the second one. I
Fourth-
don't know why I never did.
Fourth one's got Naomi Watts.
Isaac came back in the 4th, right?
Oh no, 6.
The 6th.
Children of the Corn 666. Isaac's Return.
Oh, I saw up to 6.
Didn't you just say you were in the first 6?
Oh,
Anyway,
look
but
at that.
part three
Naomi
is also
Watts
worth
is
a
in the
watch.
4th one.
it's got a
I
really-
own them. I could send them to you.
Third one's got a really cool corn monster at the end.
I vaguely.
Corn
vaguely
monster.
I think I
Looks like-
blocked all of these.
Looks like the Rancor from Return of the Jedi.
Oh, interesting.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna have to watch these. I'm gonna have to watch all of them. I'm gonna rewatch part 2.
I think they're all on Tubi right now.
Okay. And if not, they're probably on the flicks of Paul.
The pics.
But I enjoyed the remake. The remake was good. I'm glad that they made the ones that they did that I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
First one is a fucking classic.
Classic
Still
pile of
creeps me
shit.
out.
Classic pile of shit.
All right, just for that, my next choice is going to be Carnosaur.
Oh.
I will argue the validity of Carnosaur 2 any damn day.
Better than
I love
the
you,
first
Ryan.
one.
I do. I'm telling you, Ryan, me and you should have our own head-to-head podcast, just yelling at each other.
Just yell at each other.
Are you crazy?
IKEA's profits are going to shoot up on the amount of furniture we buy that's going to get broken.
That's awesome.
Uh,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
that's funny. But I love you and I respect your opinion always.
oh yeah, I'm just joking. Obviously, Children of the Corn is a classic, so I'm not going to argue that. But I just
Don't have
I've
to
never,
like it, but you respect it. For
I
what it
never,
is.
I never got it. I never got into it.
That's all right.
But it's well loved. So
Why did
It's-
they list Stephen King as a writer on Children of the Corn 2?
oh, just
Did he-
be because
did he
no, it's,
script
for
advice?
rights.
no,
for rights,
because
I
it's
think.
based off of his story,
Okay.
like characters from the story. Because
Okay.
I think it's Isaac's ghost possesses the whiny
That
guy.
other weird kid.
Yeah,
The whiny guy.
The whiny guy?
Who
Yeah.
he
But this
really
whiny
he makes
guy, like-
Isaac look like a
yeah,
jester.
yeah. This guy takes it to like 11.
Emo.
Wow.
Yeah. Emo 12.0.
This guy was My Chemical Romance before My Chemical Romance was a thing.
Before they
Like
knew
the whole
they were-
band.
That's crazy.
Nice.
Hey Ryan, I
Oh.
fed a gator a big chicken leg. 2 chicken legs.
Cool. Oh, Gatorland. That's right.
With
Fuck,
by
Gatorland's
my
awesome.
hand. They let me throw chicken at a gator.
Did they let you go into the Gator? Sorry, I'm going to go off on a tangent here. So I was telling on the watch along last night, you brought up Gatorland, and I mentioned how I put my daughter in a very perilous situation.
Yes,
She
I
was
was
like-
in the same position with my nephew.
Yeah. So
where
they
they
take
put you right in front of them and
Yeah,
you
there's
sat
no
on it.
there's no cage or nothing,
Nothing.
and the gator just comes right up to you. And this,
That's so
so
cool.
my 4-year-old is there feeding
With a
gators,
piece
and all
of
of a sudden
chicken.
one comes right up to her, and the trainer's with her, and he's like, "Oh, see that one? It's getting too close," and it gets like right up to him, and he's like, "We're gonna boop it with this stick," and he gives the stick to Alex, and he's like, "Just tap it on the nose."
Hit it on
So
the
she's-
nose.
She's hitting the gator on the nose, and the gator backs away, and I'm like, "Oh, that's so cool!" And I get my daughter back, and I'm like, "That could have gone
Was
really
that
wrong.
inappropriate?
That could have gone really
Yeah.
fucking wrong."
It could have been.
Love that. Oh
Then
my
they're like,
God.
hey, put your back to these giant gators, kneel down, and we're going to take your picture.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
I
those
did.
ones,
Wow.
those gators are all very old looking, so I'm assuming
Mhm.
they've been fed for many years. So I don't even know if they know how to.
I wanted to give him such a Scoopy. Scoopy! Oh,
Wow.
Oh, I would have.
love
I would
them.
have been in the water. in a
dude, you would
heartbeat.
have been in so much trouble. I've never
would have. I would have gotten thrown out.
seen gators this large in my life. And I've seen Lake
Yeah.
Placid 47 times.
Yeah.
Can't pet that
Oh.
dog.
Well,
No, can't pet
I-
that dog.
Well, I respect the fact that you did that, Ryan, but for me, that's a nope. I'll put it this way: a year ago, the first time we went to Lake Tobias, which is like a wildlife preserve, and they have a gator pen. And I walked Catalina up to the fence. I was holding her, mind you, and it had like over a 6-foot fence. And she went to stick her feet up on top
Oh.
of it as I was holding her, and I saw the gator that was in the grass turn its head to look at her, and I was like,
Oh.
"Nope, we're
Oh.
out. We're not
Yeah,
doing
they
this."
do tell you, don't have your kids
No.
on your shoulders,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
when they're
No.
doing the jumping gator stuff.
Yeah. Sign right there. Don't feed your kids to the gators.
Yeah, yeah.
So there was
No.
a smaller gators that you could feed with the little things, and it
Mm,
said
yeah.
2 to 4 years. And I asked the father, "Is that what they eat?"
Yeah.
He didn't think it was funny at all.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what they feed them, 2 to 4 year olds. Okay,
Any bigger than that, they get stuck in their gullet.
Yeah. All right. That reminds me of an old guy that I was talking to once where he was telling me a story. He's a tour guide. And if somebody walked up to him and said, "Do you like kids?" And he goes, "Well, I never could eat a whole one."
Ah!
So that was apparently...
So when people try to hand me their child,
Same
I say,
humor,
"No, thank you, I'm
if you ask me."
vegetarian," and I give it back.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I amuse myself sometimes.
Indeed. Any more thoughts on Children of the Corn 2? Should the franchise have died here?
No.
No.
I haven't even seen any past 2, but I'm looking forward to
if I
seeing
can
them.
find where I put it, I'm going to mail it to you so you can watch them all. Do you still have a DVD player?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna mail them to you just so you can watch them.
Well, let's see if they're on
If
Tubi
they're on
first
the
yeah. I'll
I guess I
double
don't
check
have
that.
that. Took me how long to mail you a fucking picture frame? Like
Like a
8
year.
months. I found them when I was moving in. I'm like, oh shit.
It took Don like 6 months to get them to me. I kept forgetting to get them from him every time I saw him.
Made me laugh. Sorry, sidetracked.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Whose turn is it?
I think we're up
It is
to
Ryan's
Ryan.
turn. Yes.
Ryan.
Do you have another part 2 you'd like to speak about?
I got so many part 2s running through my head. It's honestly hard to pick one. I'm just kind of looking around my room here to get something to jump out. What have we picked? Part 2, Hostel 2. Those are the ones we just did. I know we picked those ones. Yes. Oh, Dawn of the Dead. There it is right there. That's what I was going to throw out.
I have another one that I know you like better than the original.
I like so many better than the original.
It involves Clancy Brown.
I can't even think about who Clancy Brown is right now. I'm so full. Oh, Pet Sematary 2.
There you go.
Sorry, just a second.
It's on my list, but I figured. I know he likes it. Did I freeze? No, I said.
No, he's speaking to.
Speaking of someone, sorry.
No. That's fair.
Is that your selection, Pet Sematary 2?
Is that Jen?
I'm going to say it is. I'm putting it on there.
Is that Jen? I can't see.
I can't see. All I see
No, that was my son.
Okay. Yeah,
So
all I saw was a winter coat and a hat, and that was it. Sorry.
So yeah, Pet Sematary 2 is my choice. I am not a huge fan of Pet Sematary. Kind of boring, and whatever the name of the actor is who plays the dad, I irrationally
Milk Toast, Mr. Milk Toast.
Yes, Melba Toast, the actor. He's just and it's not his fault. Jen, my wife, says it perfectly about Tobey Maguire. She appreciates that he's a fine actor. He's performed phenomenally in many films.
Wife, dude.
But if she was to ever see him, she feels compelled to hit him in the face.
I'm not even kidding, Ryan. I'm in love with your wife. I've had the exact same conversation.
And
to a T. I just said, I was never a bully kid. I would never bully people, but there's something about his face that's so punchable. I want to shove him in a locker somewhere.
Tobey Maguire specifically?
Wow.
Specifically Tobey Maguire. It's like a visceral response I have to Tobey Maguire.
Is it like a bacteria or something that's you know how you get something and it just stays with you, like HPV?
I don't know.
There's
I have to check my vagina for Tobey Maguire.
I'm not saying it goes. I'll just use that as an example. I'm not saying it goes through your fun tunnel. I'm just.
I don't know, but he's always. And actually, Elijah Wood used to be in the same camp, but now I love him. But Toby, I don't know what it is. He has a very punchable face. I've said this.
So it's fair to say he is not your Spider-Man.
No, loved Spider-Man, loved the movies. But
Andrew Garfield.
Andrew Garfield was a great.
He's my Spider-Man.
Okay.
But yeah, Pet Sematary. Anyway, yeah, Pet Sematary Dad. That's my irrational. I don't know why. Although when that no he gives out after Gabe gets hit by the truck, but I don't know if it's his no or the fact that they do the cheap shot and just show the old Polaroids.
Oh yeah, and then the freaking.
I think that's what gets me more. But anyway, Pet Sematary 2, Clancy Brown is a goddamn treasure.
Treasure.
And
Right back.
all I thought about, I recently watched the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, and you had Clancy Brown in your Freddy movie, and you didn't give
Make him
yourself an
Freddy?
opportunity where Nancy's dreaming and Clancy Brown is like, aha, I'm Freddy, bitch.
Yeah.
That's what Freddy says. But no, it's way more fun. It's got we were just talking about Sarah Connor. It's got John Connor in it. It's got the doctor from is it the guy from ER?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, Edward.
Anthony Edwards. Yeah.
Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was in
Dr.
that movie
Green.
about the nuclear bomb too. Yeah, like Pet Sematary 2 is just so ridiculous and violent, and it's just fun. And it takes place at Halloween, so it's a spooky season movie.
Spooky season.
It goes more into, like, since Clancy Brown's basically, dead from like the 20-minute mark, like we get to see more of how fucked up these people are when they come back, and how twisty and malicious they are. They're just pure evil, but you can tell they're just enjoying every moment of it. And people get killed by potatoes. Like, such a good movie. Love it.
I'm here to feed you movies, my friend.
Clint, anybody else? Anybody else seen it?
Oh yeah.
I have, for sure. I don't know if I'm going to call it a good movie, but I will say that it's more fun than the first one, and for that reason, I'll call it more entertaining than the first one, and I'll say, yeah, it's worth a watch. Do I think they should have made more movies? Not particularly.
I would have watched them, but they didn't have to.
Yeah.
I
might have watched one more, but I feel like, stopping right there is good with me.
As long as they stopped it before that bloodline. Oh wait, never mind.
Shit.
I care for that.
I didn't watch it.
Nicole, you saw Bloodlines, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
What'd you think of it?
You don't know?
That's about right. No, she just summed it up good.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
See,
I'm gonna have a little spoiler in here. So, the cast was great. I love David Duchovny. I love Elliot. I can never remember his real
Henry
name.
Thomas.
Sorry. Thank you. The girl who played Donna was fantastic. She was creepy as fuck in that hospital scene.
Oh, Donna, yes.
Yes,
Thinking
that
the
fucking
blonde,
hospital
but Donna
scene
was the sister. Yeah.
scary. They rewrote the timeline, and that bothered the shit out of me.
I was just talking about that with my brother.
The original Judd, Timmy Baterman, came back from World War II, which is why Judd was 70 years old in the original. According to this one, Judd went from 18 years old to 70 in 20 years.
As you do.
Yeah.
As one does, yes.
Yeah. So he had the reverse fountain of youth and just
like they didn't even try.
Fucking
well, that's what happens when you mess with a pet cemetery.
Exactly. I think it would have been great had they stuck better if they had stuck with the original timeline. Pet Sematary 2.
And give Judd an accent, for fuck's sake.
Yes, exactly.
That made me so madder than it should have. I didn't get that mad at Lithgow, but
yeah, what sounds better?
Don't go down that road.
Yeah, don't you go down that road. Sometimes that is better. Or hey, don't go down that fucking road. Sometimes dead is better.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I didn't like about the remake was the fact that John Lithgow he grew up, born and raised in Maine, and he didn't have the accent.
Didn't do the accent. I like Samantha Mathis, though.
I'm so sorry, Ryan. Complete fucking waste of time. I hated part 2.
Ah,
Clancy Brown, I agree with you that Clancy Brown is a national treasure. He is brilliant. I would sell a kidney to meet this man. I hated part 2. And Dale Midkiff, Ryan, when I see you, I might have to slap you. Dale Midkiff
Milk
in the
toast.
original. So I saw the original in the theater
Velvet
when I was
toast.
17 years old.
He was so hot.
Dale Midkiff, I would marry him. He is brilliant. And then I saw him play Elvis, and that just sealed it.
Oh, there it is.
There's a couple little things going.
Zelda terrified me.
yeah, Zelda was yeah. She good.
Victor Pascal, as the movie went on and he became more deteriorated, was creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
The original is just such a brilliant fucking movie. Brilliant fucking movie. The cat and Gage with the little scalpel.
No,
And then I love the ending. Everybody fucking dies.
Yeah.
Mom comes back, kisses the dad, and stabs him,
comes out of
and
her
that's
eye.
it.
It's
Exactly.
not the eye that got me, man.
Yeah, it was the kiss with the stuff running
Weirdly,
running down.
Like I like Pet Cemetery 2 now. When I first saw it back in the early 90s, I hated it. But as watching it in the 2022, I think was the last time I saw it, it was a lot more fun this time around for what
See,
it
that
was.
was that for me. That was I saw it once and I never went back because I hated it that much. Like Jaws 4, hated it.
Jaws Force actually moved up.
I think we should do our own and just see
I
how
think
many
you
times
should.
we can make each other make that face.
It's just going to be one of those
Just
reactions.
literally have a
Just going to be
list
one of
of
those
movies,
reaction
read
channels.
them out
Nicole
and
could just
watch your-
talk about
One of us
movies.
is
It'll just be me in the corner, just be.
And me just fuck it.
I would watch it. I'm just saying. I would watch it.
So Dale Midkiff, this is what happened, Nicole. When you
I-
said we might have words over Dale Midkiff, this is how little this man has impact on me. I didn't know who you were talking about. It had been about 45 seconds since they told me that Dale Midkiff was the guy from Pet
He was
Cemetery.
the
And when you brought
guy.
him up again, I didn't know who we were talking about until
He's-
these guys
He's
said
got a
milk
block
toast.
on milk toast.
Yes, and I'm like, oh, she's talking about him again.
It's also stuff
had
that
to
happened
write-
when I met him, and he's just phenomenal. He really is. He's yeah.
I need to see him in something else because seriously, everybody in that movie, with the exception of what's his name, the monster guy,
Monster.
the
Victor
big
Pascal?
monster. No, don't go down that road.
Oh, Judd. Yeah.
Judd.
Oh.
Everybody except Judd in that movie was terrible. So I'm assuming it was more like the director. I know she was a first-time director, so there might have been some problems there. Because I feel like she really amped everything up for Pet Cemetery 2.
Same director, really?
Same director for both, yeah. I can't remember her name now. So I mean, she also directed Urban Legends 3: Bloody Mary, but that's
terrible movie.
that's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate.
as many great quotes as the original has, the one scene, and you said Dale Midkiff creeps me out when he says, when him and Judd are sitting there and Judd is telling him about the cat, and I may have just killed your son and blah, blah, blah. And he starts telling him about the Micmac burial ground. And Dale Midkiff, it's all quiet. And Dale Midkiff just looks at him and goes, has anybody ever buried a person up there? That the hair on the back of my neck stood up when he said that.
Dale Midkiff in that movie has the same expression for 90% of it. And it's the expression. It is the expression you have when you get up the next morning and realize your shoes didn't dry enough overnight, so your socks are going to get wet. Okay. He has the look of mild annoyance.
Oh my god!
Throughout 90% of that movie.
Mary Lambert is
That's
the
it, Mary Lambert.
director.
I can't. Oh, that's right. You're
Yep.
so
Oh, I
lucky.
didn't
I
realize
love
that
you.
the
So,
best friend.
Maybe that's how he prepped for the role. Maybe he made sure his shoes got wet every
His
night.
shoes
Oh
were
my
wet
God.
throughout the entire filming.
He was great. Denise Crosby was great.
the kid from Pet Sematary 2 that played Edward's best friend is the same kid in Big that played Josh Baskin's best friend. I didn't realize that.
Wait, Edward
No.
Furlong was in part 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it was Eddie. Yeah, it was Eddie Furlong's friend. Oh.
Welcome.
Hi, Adam.
Hey.
Hi, Adam.
Hello.
You came right in time. Me and Ryan are fighting again.
Actually, it's good timing because just like me, you're about to get thrown into the wood chipper because it's your turn next.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a look at
So-
the banner and
I'm gonna-
see
Yeah.
what we
Now,
have.
isn't
thought
the in Pet Sematary 2? I always mix these two actors up, but like there's a dickhead kid in part 2
That's Josh
that always
Baskin's
wears a
best-
scarf,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
he
it's okay.
always I always think that he's Edward Furlong's best friend in T2.
Oh,
I did
No,
the
that's
same
Danny.
thing once, but
That's Danny.
but it
Danny
is somebody
Cooksey.
different. Yeah.
From
They
Danny
look
Bonaduce.
Strokes.
remarkably
Short.
similar. At least
they do.
He's
I'm
saying
looking
all-
at them right now in my frontal lobe, and they look very
Frontal
similar.
lobe.
They look
You're
pretty.
like it's the same person.
I mean, it's the ginger effect.
Yeah.
One of them was blonde, but
I
not
was
to
going to
the
say
video.
that.
Were they?
Yeah,
Oh well,
like frosted tips blonde.
shit.
Yeah.
My
I'll be right back.
my ginger prejudice has bubbled to the surface yet again.
It's the Mandela effect strikes again.
But they just look. I don't know. They look a lot alike.
Yeah, they
What's
do.
that
I guess,
kid's
or
last
maybe
name,
they don't,
Nicole?
and-
Danny what?
Sorry, what?
I'm trying to think of the kid's last name.
Cooksky. Danny Cooksky.
Thank you. Thank you. I knew you said it before, but
It's a T2 thing. If he wasn't in that, I wouldn't know.
I just remember him from Different Strokes.
I remember him from Salute Your Shorts.
Now, does this have to be a part 2 or just sequel
Has
in
to be a
general?
part 2.
It has to be a part 2.
Yeah.
Mm.
There can
Yes.
be only 2 movies or 47 movies, but it has to be the part 2.
Right.
Hmm.
And the question then is, was it a good enough representation that it propelled the franchise forward, like it was good for it, or is it a pile of shit and they should have stopped there?
We've had
Interesting.
some controversial
'Cause
opinions.
we're
tonight.
looking for opinions.
Got all right. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm up, right?
Yep.
you are.
Mhm.
All right. Let's. Let's go with Well, all right. I'm kind of blanking out. I'll just throw Evil Dead 2 out there.
There you go.
Mhm.
I think Evil Dead 2 is the it's the quintessential Evil Dead experience. It's in my opinion, leaps and bounds better than in the original film. Although, I mean, I respect what the first movie did and everything, but when I'm jonesing for Evil Dead, I generally will go for Evil Dead 2. That's usually what I'll put on when I want to see Bruce Campbell mugging at the camera and just being, a total goofball.
Mhm.
Hot goofball.
I will always probably, if I'm doing a double feature of it, it's probably always Evil Dead 2 followed by Army of Darkness. I
That
very
makes-
rarely throw the original in there. But that's just me.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay.
I know me and Ryan have had this conversation before.
We've actually all had this conversation
I
before.
remember you wording it a little differently the last time.
I believe it was a little different.
I'm
last
not
time.
drunk.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
I think Ryan was reminiscing about it earlier,
I
and he
was.
said that you used words like complete
Complete
fucking waste of time.
It's the new me. I'm a lot less aggressive.
That's right. I'm of a similar opinion. You know, I do like the first Evil Dead, but Evil Dead 2 was kind of a retelling of the original story with additions to that story. And it was cool to see Bruce Campbell, you know, stab his hand and chop it off and all that stuff. And you know, just it just had more. You know what I mean? So if I'm gonna pick one, I'm probably gonna watch the second one also.
Yeah.
I felt it was a good addition to the franchise. And had they not made Evil Dead 2, I'm not so sure we would have gotten Army of Darkness.
Right.
But that's
Yeah.
all I'm going to say about that.
That's
Someone else.
I still get
All right.
mad when they say that Evil Dead should not have existed because it's still one of my favorite movies of all time. However, I do love the second one as well for everything it is.
If only one could exist, which one would you pick?
The original.
The original.
It's the wrong answer.
The original.
It's such the wrong
Did you say
answer.
it's the wrong
Yeah.
answer?
Evil
Sorry,
Dead 2
sorry.
was a
Part
it was a
two.
worthy sequel, but it wasn't the greatest.
It's a completely different movie to me.
It
And at
is,
the time,
and-
I didn't enjoy those goofy.
It's just exponentially more entertaining in every
it's
way.
actually last in my sequence.
Oh,
of-
is it really?
Really?
Yeah.
Of the whole franchise?
1, 3, and 2. Yeah. One,
Really?
the original Army of Darkness, and then part 2. That's the order that I would watch them in.
Rob Mahoney says OG. Olin is very non-committal and just says love the franchise.
I do love the whole franchise, but part 2 is not my favorite out of the 3.
Okay.
Sorry, Adam. I love you.
I knew we'd be split.
We are.
I like
yeah.
it. I like it.
How do you feel about it, Ryan?
Yeah.
Evil Dead 2? I love Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 to me are just phenomenal pieces of horror on both sides of the spectrum. I feel Evil Dead is actually scary. It's gritty. It's sleazy. It's pure grindhouse cinema.
Mhm.
Evil Dead 2 is almost somehow manages to be almost the perfect parody of a horror movie, but still retain the fear and the horror from the original. If Army of Darkness never existed, I wouldn't care either way. I loved it when I was a kid. I don't know if obviously my tastes have matured as I've gotten older, but I can't say it with a straight face. Sorry, but I don't know. For some reason, it didn't grow on me like the first two did. But I absolutely adore Evil Dead 2, and I will say Evil Dead over Evil Dead 2. But realistically, like Abby said, they're such different movies. It's really hard to say one is better than the other. They're just different.
Just
but
different.
they're both.
That's what it
fantastic.
is. Yeah. I mean, Evil Dead 2, to me, Evil Dead 2 is not a horror movie. It's a comedy.
Yes.
There's nothing scary about it. It's just funny.
Oh man, no! Kid Ryan lost his shit when that headless corpse was dancing. I didn't sleep for weeks.
Kid
No,
Ryan,
But again, it's also when you see it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I was
Makes
16 when I saw the original, scared the shit out of me. I was probably in my 30s when I saw part 2, and it did nothing for me.
I told you
I mean,
guys.
I laughed. It was enjoyable, but it wasn't terrifying.
I told you guys my Evil Dead 2 story, right? Like first time I saw it.
I don't think I've heard it.
When I was, oh god, okay, so I was like 7 years old, like horribly inappropriate time to watching any fucking thing like that. But here's the thing: the movie I watched before Evil Dead 2 was this half-hour documentary on procreation and how babies are made.
Oh,
So
Jesus
like,
Christ.
and it was like a cartoon, but it had like people like penises going into the vaginas and everything, and spermatocytes going along, and getting to the ovum, and so
Wait a minute. Where do babies come from?
Stork brings them at him.
so my mind was already like, what the fuck? Like I was already in a very vulnerable state when Evil Dead 2 started.
And then Evil
And
Dead.
then Evil Dead 2. And I get to the dancing lady with her boobs out. And the last movie taught me what boobs are for. And I just... Kid Ryan had a complete emotional and cognitive breakdown.
It's a miracle you're not a serial killer.
We had to stop the movie. I went into my room.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Why has that lady got her boobs out? She doesn't even have a baby to
There's no
suckle.
baby there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, it's a good movie.
Good.
Oh my god.
Rob says, "How y'all like the remake?" I like the remake.
No,
I
I like the
enjoyed it.
remake a lot.
And the Evil Dead Rise, brilliant. Loved it.
Yeah, I like both of them. I like the remake a
Yeah.
lot. I really thought that it was the whole getting sober allegory with the whole thing was pretty clever. I
Yeah.
thought that was good.
I
Yeah.
did too. The girl in the bathroom would scare the shit out of me.
Yes,
She's
she
sitting there
was
with the
so
mirror
good.
And
Like her take on Henrietta in the cellar or whatever, when she's like trying to get out and she's just doing those crazy shit faces. I mean, she's creepy as hell.
yeah.
And I thought Evil Dead Rises was fantastic.
Yeah, I like that too.
I like it better than Army of Darkness, but not they're the two I'd watched the least. But I'll say I don't think there's ever been a bad film in the franchise.
Right.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah, there really hasn't.
Army of Darkness had that whole like Harryhausen thing going on. Like it wasn't even, like it was basically just made to make Bruce Campbell a star. Like that was the whole purpose of that movie, and they knew another Evil Dead probably wasn't going to do it. They were what I mean by that is they were trying to make it a little bit more mainstream, I guess.
Yeah, more commercial.
Sure.
Yeah.
Have any of you seen Evil Dead the musical?
No. It's playing in Pittsburgh, but I haven't seen it yet.
Adam, you need to be in the splatter zone first of all, if you don't mind getting
wet.
It is the funniest play.
The splatter zone.
Yeah, the first 3 rows.
Like I'm a fluffer or something. Like what is that?
That's where my brain.
First time I saw it was a local production, so I got a little sprayed with blood. So then I went to the big theater in Philly, where they do the more fancier plays, and I sat in the front row, and they had a fucking hose of blood.
That's awesome.
Hosed from the ceiling, from the sun.
That's amazing.
It was insane. Then we had to walk back to the car. Nobody blinked an eye. Walking through Philly covered in blood. Nobody cared.
Oh, nobody gives a shit.
Walk the shame back to the car.
Yeah.
But it is absolutely the funniest musical you'll ever see.
And you'll get up the next morning and you realize your shoes haven't dried all the way, and you'll walk around all day
just like Milk Toast Man,
like Mr. Leeds.
I
Dale
can't.
Metcalf.
You guys,
Do you know who Dale Metcalf is?
Crazy.
Dale Metcalf, yeah.
Who are we talking about?
The dad in Pet Cemetery. So fucking hot and so good. He really is a great actor.
No, and you know what?
He was in that Abby, help me out. With Nancy McKeon, that made-for-TV movie about Nancy McKeon, and he plays a horribly abusive husband.
Wow! I forgot that actually existed.
He played that. He was terrifying. Because I'd never seen him play a villain.
Right. No, and he usually just plays a plank of wood.
Wait, wasn't he in Class of '99?
I don't know. But yeah, he played a guy who was
the wrong woman. Psycho. Is that it? Let me see.
I don't think so.
No, that's not it.
You know what? He would be really good in something like that.
As a villain?
He was great in that.
Yeah.
He was great. I mean, he played a psycho husband who stabbed his wife and tried to kill her, like stalked her and tried to kill her. And he ended up catching her and stabbing her.
Oh! Was it the true story? The cry for help? The Tracy Thurman story?
That's it. Yeah.
I know I've been poking fun at his performance in Pet Sematary, but that would transfer, all joking aside, that would transfer perfectly to a role like that, because he did. I think he could really pull off the cold, calculated.
I forgot
and he does.
Yeah.
He does.
Even exists.
Brilliant.
The deadness.
But no, I think he was in I do know now that there was something he was in that I liked. It was like Class of '99 or like Class of 1999.
I gotta
maybe,
look
or-
him up.
I always confuse. I always think him and the dad and Cujo are like the same guy. They look
Yes,
remarkably
you had
similar.
that conversation with
There was
Yeah,
a dad in Cujo.
the
Yeah.
father in Cujo, not the guy she was banging, who
it was the
in real life
catalyst
was
of
her
the whole.
husband.
She was back.
I need to
Because
rewatch
she was
Cujo.
having an affair.
Right.
So
She was
the
having
guy
an
she was having the
affair
affair with was her real life
with the
husband.
guy that looked like
The guy
Kenny
she was
Loggins.
married to was super hot,
Yeah,
but
He was
also
in
a
Love
little
Potion #9. Is that it?
with the guy that looked like he was a Bee Gees
No, that's
album
Tony
cover.
Goldwyn, isn't it? Love Potion.
No,
number nine?
I'll look it up later. I know there now that I think about it, there was a movie he was in that I actually liked him in because I thought to myself, I'm like, oh, it's the dad from Pet Sematary.
Terry O'Quinn.
Rob
Terry
just
O'Quinn.
yep. Rob said that.
The
Just
Crow
rewatched
Salvation.
the Stepfather. You're right. He was so
Terry
over the top
O'Quinn?
in that movie. Yeah. He played a psycho really well.
Oh, I
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
see.
love
I'm
that
gonna
man.
see if Flicks of Paul can get Elvis and Me from 1988,
He was in
and
Love
we
Potion.
can watch him play Elvis.
All right. Well, now I want to find this movie with Nancy McKeon.
Yeah, the Tracy Thurman story. Yeah, he played a psycho. I mean, whew, terrifying. Like I have trouble watching
That
it.
is burning,
It's
sort
that
of.
scary.
What was that movie she did? Farrah. The Burning
When he was
Bed.
like at the door. Oh God, yeah, that I can't watch.
I just rewatched that actually.
Because it just my nerves can't handle it.
Cool. All right, so we're gonna work
Yeah,
on the
all
cry
right.
for help. The
Yeah.
Tracy Thurman story.
We're at me.
I don't know.
We're at you.
I think we're at me.
Where you?
All right. I'll go with one that I consider to be a positive one. Texas Chainsaw 2.
That was the next one I was gonna say.
Weirdo. I keep doing that.
I love it. You got good taste.
Um,
Unless you say you don't like the movie, in which case we can't be friends.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I did indicate this was positive for me.
Yes.
So yeah, this was so different from the original. I mean, the original was, gritty, grimy, documentary style. It was horrific. I mean, there was nothing funny about it. It was just flat out terrible thing after terrible thing happening to some people on a freaking road trip, and there might have been an annoying guy in there, and everybody got excited when he got killed, but beyond that, it was a really impactful movie in the sense that you really felt these people's terror, and you're like, I think really felt like something like that could happen. And then we got like the second movie where it kind of like lampooned all that to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
But even so, they kind of found that balance where it was like a tongue-in-cheek version of the original one with even weirder characters, more outlandish behavior. Thank you, Bill Moseley. Just over the top.
You have at least one
start
recurring
to finish
actor.
Yeah. And I absolutely love this movie. I don't care how much coke Dennis Hopper was doing when he was in this. He was great.
I can't believe he agreed to be in this, to be honest.
Right? Well,
it's just so weird. Like such a mainstream, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
but he was a weird dude.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
He probably saw the paycheck, and he all he could imagine was white lines.
Have I
for
seen
a mile.
Jaws 4? No, but I've seen the house it built.
So yeah. For me, based on the second movie, definitely feel like it was a good addition to the franchise, and I was very happy that they made more movies, even though I was kind of disappointed in how good they were.
I love part 2. It's great. It's quotable. It's fun.
might
It's gory.
all
It's I love part 3. I hated 4.
Everyone hates
sucked. I like the remakes. I did. Arlie Ermy was fucking terrifying. But yeah, the first one definitely warranted a sequel, and they did it fantastically.
Fantastic.
They did it fantastically.
it. And Carolyn Williams is
Is
a national.
He's amazing.
fantastic.
I love
Mhm.
her. Yeah, you've got Jim Sydow, who played, he's just listed as old man in the first one, the one that warns her, and then he's the cook in the second one. I love that you
Mhm.
still have an actual actor that's the same in the two movies, because I think he's the only one that came back from the first movie. But again, Chop Top is the most fantastic character, probably the
Yeah.
most quoted out of
Mhm.
all of the Chainsaw movies. The Saw is family, as we know.
Burn her like a rat.
And
Love
I
that too.
I love Caroline Williams so much. I just think she's fantastic.
She is stretch.
It's great.
Filmer was great in part 4. Who is that, Clint? Do we see a name?
Rob Mahoney.
Oh, okay.
Saying that.
Part 4 was another one I saw once and never went back. I didn't like it at all.
Well, I think, and I don't know if it was Paul that was saying this or one of you two, that there's nobody gets killed with a chainsaw in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4.
That's Paul. He's
That's
very
Paul?
adamant about that.
Yeah, I remember that being stressed a lot.
Did anyone get killed with a chainsaw in the first one?
Yes.
Who?
Franklin.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, Franklin gets killed with a chainsaw.
I just remember people getting clobbered with hammers and
The
getting
hammer,
put on
the,
meat
the
hooks
thing,
and chased
Franklin in
with
the wheelchair
chainsaws, but I don't remember.
To be
That's
Uh,
chainsawed.
God, I was 17 when I saw
to the
it.
point. To the point, though, like yeah, Franklin is definitely killed with a chainsaw, but is one person being killed with a chainsaw really
An
a
actual chainsaw
massacre?
massacre.
I
Yeah.
feel there needs to be at least 2 or more for there to be a massacre.
Well, he chainsawed his own leg.
Yeah, he did do that.
Excellent
But he
point.
did cut up. He did cut up that one guy after he killed him.
And honestly, we don't know how many people before the movie. You know, they found a lot of bodies.
But you could
Yeah.
argue that for part 4 as well.
True. True.
Huh.
Hmm.
Now I'm thinking, I'm thinking who got killed with a chainsaw in every movie.
It's never as
Oh,
many
really?
as you think.
In part 2, the only person that got killed by a chainsaw was Leatherface.
Yeah.
And
Really?
Dennis Hopper's career.
How did LJ?
LJ died because they cut up his face and he eventually just succumbed to his wounds.
Right, like they skinned him.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then in
Part
3D,
3, part 3,
Oh,
that
part
one girl,
3?
that girl died from a chainsaw. The one.
right,
Oh, Tony,
and the guy,
Hudson.
Really,
and
there
the
wasn't.
guy hanging
yeah.
up.
There wasn't multiple chainsaw deaths in the franchise till we got to the remake.
Yeah, Tony Hudson dies by chainsaw in
Yeah.
the third one, as does
I think the remake's the best one.
The boyfriend.
William
Well,
Butler.
I like
I
it.
don't remember his
William
character's
Butler.
name.
No,
but
the
William Butler.
boyfriend doesn't die by a chainsaw in part 3. He dies because they hit him in the head with a sledgehammer.
That's
Yeah.
right. They rigged up the thing.
Yeah, the only one who
Viggo
dies by a
Mortensen.
chainsaw in part 3 is the girl who escapes at the
Tony
beginning.
what?
Tony
Yeah.
Hudson.
If you go
Yeah.
throughout the entire franchise, there's a lot of hammer deaths.
There
Yeah.
are.
But
Yeah.
the
In a
Texas Hammer
franchise.
Massacre doesn't.
That's called
That's
Texas
not
Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Hello.
Texas
Yeah,
Hammer.
they could have called this Texas Hammer Murder.
Yeah.
Doesn't flow the same.
The
I
Texas
guess
Hammer.
it doesn't. Yeah.
Toolbox
Out of all
murders.
of them. Out of all of
The
them.
Texas
Toolbox murder, not a single
Mallet
person died from a
massacre.
toolbox.
Say that again, Nicole.
Out of all of them, from the original through the remakes, the one chainsaw scene that sticks in my mind the most is when he cuts off the guy's legs in the wheelchair.
Oh yes.
Oh, in the beginning.
And Arlie Ermy is standing there going, just even him out, even him out.
Even if
Oh my God, he's so fucking
That man,
scary.
my
That's
girlfriend got to
scary.
meet him when he used to do conventions.
Oh,
I'm
I
so
did too.
jealous. It was before my time.
Yeah, I met him. I waited 4 hours for him because he was only there on a Sunday,
Yeah.
and I was
Probably
getting
the same.
something signed from
Full Metal Jacket. No.
Thank you. Was it
Was it
Full
Full
Metal?
Metal
Full Metal
Jacket?
Jacket, yeah.
For my dad. I was getting something signed for my dad, and I was
That
shaking when I
movie.
walked up to him because I was expecting him to be like his characters. I mean, I knew he was a real drill sergeant. I knew he was, he had that way about him, and he plays a villain in every fucking movie he's in. And I was terrified to meet him. And I walked up there with my picture like shaking. And he looks at me and he's like, "You okay, sweetheart?" I was like, "I'm terrified to meet you." And he just gave me a big hug, big bear hug.
So
Didn't
sweet.
say a word, just hugged me. He was
You're like,
a very gentle
will you
type of
please sign my
grandpa.
autograph? And he's like, I
Yeah,
didn't know they shit that high.
exactly. That's what I was expecting to hear.
Private Kyle.
Like, bitch,
Yeah.
what do you want? And
Yeah.
he wasn't. He was like a very sweet grandpa.
That's cool.
Yeah.
He used to be such a
Dig up
sweet,
that
sweet
picture somewhere.
thing to lay.
Yeah.
Got a hold on me.
Who was it that popped up in the comments and said that 3D was good?
That was also Rob.
Oh,
Rob, I agree 100%. I loved 3D. Loved
He's
it.
you're wrong.
he said
It's
except
one
for
of
the
my
timeline
favorite-
issue.
True.
Um,
And the most autographs I have from any movie.
I don't have a lot to say about it. Other than I think that's the one that was originally a script that Adam Marcus sold to
Really?
the studio. Yeah, I think it was essentially his movie. I think him and his wife are mentioned in the credits somewhere because they're a writing team. But the script was changed. So there was things that he himself has gone on record to take issue with. For example, the chick came from somewhere else, moved to Texas, and yells at someone who is from Texas, "Welcome to Texas, motherfucker." or the throwing the chainsaw to Leatherface and say, "Do your thing, cuz."
I love that. That was so much fun.
Yeah.
I actually, if they took that line out of that movie, I would love it so much more. That line
No,
actually gives me douche chills.
That was
Oh
the
my god.
that was the only time it actually felt like a Texas Chainsaw movie to me.
I want a
Yeah.
T-shirt that
Totally-
says douche chills.
I
It
could,
goes like this.
no, it's a good line though, because I could totally see the hitchhiker or like Chop Top doing that, like throwing the chainsaw, and being like, "Do your thing, cuz."
Well,
Like
and
that-
if he
that
would have
is a
done it,
Texas
it would have
Chainsaw
been
line.
okay. But because this little, I don't know.
And
She
the
was
fact that they brought
embracing. She
back-
was embracing her role as part of the family, though. Like
I used to
that
hate
she-
that
she
movie,
liked it.
and I rewatched it a couple weeks ago, and I
Careful
love
of
it now.
defending this fucking movie.
It's fantastic. I love it.
It is
I
not
love it.
fantastic. It's a pile of dog shit. But that
Adam,
is
Adam
that is
Marcus
not-
was
that
pissed
is not
at the
why.
change.
Alexandra Daddario.
Yeah,
That
She's one of
line
the
is
reasons
not a
I love it
problem.
because I love her.
All right.
But
See,
I
didn't
love
used to
love
like
seeing
her
these
very
people
much
die.
until Bobby Sherry, basically his love for her, made me love her, and he
Let's
just
have-
met her a couple weeks ago, and it was like he flew to Utah to meet her.
There are people that I would do that for. Not
Yeah.
many, but a couple. Yeah. No, I loved 3. 3 was fun. And they brought back at the end, I about had a heart attack when I saw her come on screen. Sally from the original.
Mm.
Oh, but she wasn't playing Sally. Yes,
She wasn't playing
was a
Sally. No,
reporter
she was
or
playing
something.
her grandmother.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right.
She's-
I love 3.
She might be
3D.
the actress. She might be the one who's in the most of the movies.
Well, because she's
She's
been
in
in
2 of
two
them.
whole movies. Yeah,
She's been 3.
3.
She's been in 3 of them.
Which is the third one?
Was it?
Oh, she plays a.
4?
Wait, no, this one.
I think she was in Texas Chainsaw: The Next Generation.
She
That
was.
was
At the
four.
end, part 4, at the end of the movie, when they're sitting in the hospital, there's a lady wheeled on a gurney. And I'm pretty sure that's the actress.
You're right.
who
You
played Sally
are
Hardesty.
right. And it's like a well, it's credited, but a non-credited role, kind of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was anybody else in 3 of them?
I doubt it.
I don't think so. Because they.
And you know who else was in
Shit.
it? Was the guy that played Grandpa, John Dugan, was in, I think, the 4th one. Also in the hospital, he played a cop or
Mhm.
security guard or something. I have this vague memory of this. I'm looking it up to confirm.
Now I have a question for you guys since we're
Stop
talking
at
about
hospital.
sequels. Did everybody see the 2022 version?
Mhm.
Yes,
That was
The
part of my.
Netflix one.
the Netflix one.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Do you think that what did you think?
I liked it. I know I'm in
liked
the
it.
minority there, and
Oh,
I
it's
actually think I agree
I-
with Mike Mazzy on this. I think he also said he liked it, but
I
liked
thought it was fun. I like that they brought back Sally's character.
just they did her dirty, man. Brought her back to be
Yeah.
like, "Hey, you don't remember me," and then he just cuts her
And then
down.
she
Yeah.
got killed.
But
It
you're
was
right.
kinda
She
like, what
was
the
patient on
point?
the gurney.
Yeah.
In the
They had
next
some good
gen.
ideas.
Hmm.
You know, the highlight was obviously when he's killing all the Zoomers on the bus.
We actually get a
Yep.
Texas
Yes.
Chainsaw Massacre.
I mean, but you know, you take that scene out, and it's kind of like, it was all right.
Plus, if we talk about the third one, we got to bring up Viggo Mortensen, who is just
Oh,
Ken Foray.
Weirdo.
Come on,
Good
the best of the
crap.
third one.
I'm not the
There's
biggest
no
fan of
chill all over
TCM2,
Texas.
just FYI.
You're not?
Nah.
No.
Okay.
I think the second film is too soon to parody a movie. It's the whole Gremlins 2
Okay.
effect.
Respectfully agree to
Okay.
disagree, sir.
It's like, you know, you go from like this classic movie to immediately lampooning it. It's kind of like, well,
Well,
we
when
make I don't know.
I
when you say
disagree, but I
immediately,
respect your
when you say
opinion, and I
immediately
understand your
lampooning it,
opinion.
Texas Chainsaw 2 came out like 12 years later.
And it was,
It
but it was the first
was
sequel.
Yeah.
86.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean, the very first sequel to your classic is a parody. I don't know.
That was basically
all
Toby
weird.
Hooper's "fuck you" to because he didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
what made him 12 years after the fact?
It was a contract he had with.
Money, 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 money.
It came
Uh,
12 years later.
With
It
He
yeah,
made-
because he got a 3-picture deal with Orion, I think.
Hmm.
Was it Orion or was it no? What's the ones that makes all the Chuck Norris flicks? Coralco? No, not Coralco.
don't know.
Canon. It was Canon Films. He had a
Okay.
3-picture deal with Canon Films. They gave him all this money so he could do stuff like Life Force
Mhm.
and that movie Invaders from Mars.
Okay.
But part of the agreement was that he had to do a sequel to Texas Chainsaw. So he took the deal.
Well,
Okay.
I'm glad he did.
Huh.
Yeah.
Somehow I don't have Ken Foray on my poster though, and that should be an easy one to get. I don't know why I don't have him on there.
Okay.
I am.
Uh,
I
But
have
actually,
another
I'm in
question.
sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was just gonna say I'm actually in the same boat as Adam. I love Dennis Hopper in it. He's fucking phenomenal. But honestly, I could take it or leave it.
Okay.
I'm not
Yeah.
a big fan of the franchise in general. I think the Jessica Biel one is the best one, and I know I'm usually in the minority when I say that, so that's fine.
I don't think it was the best, but I think it was good. It
Yeah.
was
It's nice.
it captured the grittiness and the dirtiness that the original did, and I like that a lot.
Yeah, Jessica Biel was real.
Starting
dirty
with the
in
girl in the back of the was that
The
the
cinematography in that whole movie is like gorgeous.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, it looks good.
and it was the blonde guy hanging up.
Yeah.
That Leatherface, that scene, I get chills thinking about it when he put the salt on the wound.
Oh
and
yeah,
wrapped it
yeah,
up
yeah.
with a
On his leg. Yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Oh God.
Yeah, the
To say the
remake is
least.
my second favorite, right behind the original. I really like
Okay.
the remake.
Now, am I in the minority with ones that loved Leatherface?
The which one? Part 3 or the 20?
Part 3.
The
talking
one
about
with
The
Lily
prequel?
Taylor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
the
prequel
prequel.
one. I absolutely despised that movie, and it
Oh, the prequel. I
physically
forgot
made
all
me
about that.
Christ.
Ah,
I can't win with you.
I don't remember anything. I saw it, and I don't remember a thing about it.
Lily Taylor was in it. I love Lily Taylor.
I remember.
She's
Okay,
another
yeah,
one.
I remember.
I would fly to Utah to meet Lily Taylor.
I love her.
But yeah, it's I loved the prequel. Loved it.
that
I
was
love
done
that
by
they
this.
kept guessing on who Leatherface was.
Yeah, that was an interesting little twist on the whole thing. I'll give it some points for that.
And Lily Taylor needs to play a villain more often.
Oh, she's so good.
She's fucking great. Oh God, she's great as a baddie. Stomping into that mental hospital. Jab! Screaming for her. I was like, yeah, that's me.
That's
That
a
was
really
a
decisive
good
one too, or divisive one too, though, because I do hear a lot of people say they love the Leatherface prequel. I also hear a lot of people like me that just, but there doesn't seem to be a middle of the road for that one.
Yeah. I think they should be done now. I think we've seen enough Texas Chainsaw.
We've seen what they have to offer.
We've seen what they have to offer. Some are good, some are not, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't want to skip this teachable moment from Jim here, so let me put this comment up. It's been here a while. I think the title of Chainsaw is based on what the authorities discover at the ranch. The movie itself is kind of a slice of part of the massacre.
Slice.
So so maybe we didn't see the whole massacre. Maybe the massacre happened off screen.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, they found a ton of bodies.
Yeah.
It's been going on more than that last
bones and
they had found a spatula first, it would have been the
Texas Spatula Massacre.
Yeah. So this was the Texas off-screen Chainsaw Massacre. Spatula?
Why do they have batter all over their faces?
I just got a visual of Leatherface running down the street with his spatula.
Blood and
I think that would still be terrifying.
Well, if he was wearing someone's face while he was doing it,
Exactly. Covered in batter.
Wheeling it around.
Blood and batter.
Yeah.
The Spatula Massacre.
Oh my God.
And not that it means anything at all, but I learned an interesting tidbit today, and I thought I would pass it along. You remember the little girl in part 3 who
yes,
released the
Jennifer
sledgehammer
Bell.
into the guy's face? Yes.
Rat.
She also played young Tina,
the little girl, and she
Friday the
played
13th part
right.
7. Yeah.
That's right, she did.
And she has played in some of my favorite dance videos. We had the best time.
Way to shit on my moment of clarity, guys.
Sorry, Jim. Sorry.
You're welcome.
Love you.
Piss off our one viewer. Sorry, Jim.
One viewer.
Your input is valued.
It's always
We
welcome,
appreciate
but we
it.
may not take it seriously.
I mean that seriously.
I'm telling you. I think I'm twins with Jim, though.
I think you are too. Yeah, because him and I can never agree on movies ever.
You and Jim, really?
Ever. Yeah.
Yeah, but Jim and I have the same taste in movies.
Yeah. He was pushing The Dark and the Wicked on me, and I just thought it was just awful. Boring and stupid and not scary at all. And it didn't have an ending. Yeah.
They're just not letting up on you, Jim. Sorry.
But because of him, like I was saying earlier, I do have a new respect for Hereditary. So
this is the Jim that was in the Hereditary chat. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
It says, where's Don? Last minute, Don could not be here. He went to go spend the evening with his father. So we'll give him a pass. Hopefully he'll be here next week.
He will.
Thanks for asking. He's doing okay. All right. Well, I guess that's all we need to say about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise.
Turn into a TCM hangout.
As you said, I'm glad we did this hangout on the entire franchise. Long time coming.
Where all I intended to say was part 2 was awesome. I love it. But I'm kind of glad to hear we're split on it. I like that. I'm good with that. They're two very different movies.
Yes,
But
they
it
are.
would have been very difficult to recreate the same thing that happened in the first one. So I really
Right.
don't know where you go from there.
A lot of
Um,
sequels are like that though, because
yeah,
like we were just talking about Evil Dead. They're just 1 and 2 are just completely different movies.
yeah. But I suppose somebody could have done it. This, part two came out, almost like I don't know, like a music video or like they gave it the Friday the 13th treatment.
Yeah,
It
right.
was very
Yeah,
tongue
they
in
did.
cheek.
Right.
Yeah,
But I was
thinking
okay
about it
with it.
like that, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is kind of like slapstick Freddy Krueger a little bit, like the lines,
Yeah.
like lick my plate, you dog dick, and shit like that.
Yeah, I like it. I like what they did with it. I can't help it. But anyhow,
Anyhow,
Nicole, do you have another selection?
I do. I keep picking what I just disagree with so many people on my picks. I do. It's terrible. I'm going to go with another one where the sequel was 1,000 times better than the original. I'm gonna get so much shit for this.
Sorry, what movie did you throw out? Sorry.
I said this is one where
Oh, you
the
didn't yet.
sequel.
Okay.
Yeah, the sequel is 1,000 times better
She's
than the
setting us
original.
up.
1,000
Gotcha.
times better. Hated the original. Devil's Rejects
Oh.
Oh yeah,
We've said that before.
was
I know we've had this
was a
actually.
million times better than House of a
I
Thousand
don't think in my world that's not controversial at all.
Yeah,
Good.
you're not going to get a lot of people disagree with you on
I mean,
that.
I thought House
Ryan
of
just
Thousand-
this blank
Thousand
look.
Corpses better.
I thought
But-
Thousand Corpses was fine. Like my eye doesn't
liked
twitch
it.
when I think about
But
it.
yeah,
But
the second
Devil's
one's a better
Reject
movie.
is Rob Zombie's magnum opus. Like
Finest movie, yeah.
I don't think he's done anything better.
Yeah, it's the House of a Thousand Corpses. The only thing I liked was Sid Haig. I loved the
Not even
character of
Fish
Captain
Boy?
Spaulding. To me, that's torture porn. I think it was just awful. And I'm sorry, you all know how I feel about Sherry Moon Zombie. And
Yes.
yeah,
Be in more
That's-
movies.
She should be in more movies. That's exactly what Nicole thinks.
she should
Yeah.
retire her
All
acting.
the movies.
Well, I use that term loosely, acting career. Yeah. And I hated it. And because I hated it, when Devil's Rejects came out and they said it was a sequel to this movie, I didn't want to see it. I was like, I'm not sitting there wasting my time with this bullshit. And it came out and I heard great things about it. And I'm like, fine, I'll go see it. It blew me
Fine.
away. Blew me away.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites of all. Like, it's in probably my top 20 of all time horror movies. I mean, it's Danny Trejo.
It's high praise.
Yeah, it is. That was another one. I left the theater and I'm like, I need to take a shower.
Mhm.
It's just brilliant story, gritty, dirty. It had its funny moments with the ice cream and Bill Moseley running down the stairs screaming shit fuck. It was and it's again
Bill Moseley makes everything better.
He does.
I
And
stand
again,
by
like the
that.
characters were so different. The first one was they were so cartoony, I hated it. And the
Yeah.
second one they were just so realistic. It was flawless.
That's fair.
I'm gonna make a comparison, like can I, or should I wait my turn?
It doesn't matter.
I have nothing else to say on it.
Okay.
There's a turning point in that movie where it kind of like ups its game. When they're all kidnapped by the sheriff and he's torturing the shit out of them, and that's when you start actually sympathizing with these. I know Ryan's gonna be like, I didn't sympathize with them, and I totally understand your position, but that's a hell of a filmmaking trick. That's a hell of a
Closing scene of any movie.
filmmaking
that movie.
accomplishment. Yeah, if you can make us sympathize with these people,
Exactly.
like that's cinema magic right there. And
That was one of the best parts of it, though. You get these people are fucking awful,
Yeah.
fucking people.
Rob
Skinning
Zombie
people,
gets a bad rap in a lot of horror films, and
Mhm.
you know, maybe for some of the other movies that he's made, but like Devil's Reject is almost a perfect movie.
It is.
I
It
don't.
absolutely is. It,
That ending is like
when
almost
you
like
can
a
Most
feel
spiritual
sorry,
experience.
ending.
Yeah.
And
and
that's
it's
why it makes
all
me
in the
mad that they
music.
made Three from Hell, but whatever.
Oh, Three from Hell
It,
was so good.
it's all
I
in the
know
music,
why
though,
they made it, like just to, but it shouldn't have
because
done.
it was Sid's last.
But it
He
shouldn't
wasn't
have been
well,
done.
and yeah,
That took
yeah,
the sting out of it a little when I had found out that that's why they made it. But
yeah. I remember I saw it in the theater. Yeah.
So did I. It actually today, whatever year ago, it showed up in my Facebook memories today.
really,
Yeah, we got to go
Mm.
and get it was a whole thing. I don't know. It's a whole thing.
but yeah,
Me
I
and
haven't.
Jason Meehan.
I don't. I haven't liked anything he's done since that movie. And that's not true.
Thank you.
I like the. No, I did like.
What did he say? I can't read that.
Jim said House is a hillbilly torture movie. Rejects is a heartwarming Buddy Road film.
I like the one with the record. I can't remember what it's called now. Salem's.
Lords of Salem.
Lords of
Lords
Salem.
of Salem. I
Lords
like
of
that
Salem.
one.
Oh,
I did like
I
that.
do too, but I was
Yeah.
overruled.
It's an acquired taste. I get it.
Yeah.
I liked it.
I
Though.
didn't
But,
even
and
finish
that
it. I
and
fell asleep.
that was about it.
My favorite Rob Zombie movie is the cartoon that he made.
I haven't seen that one.
The Super Beasto movie.
Yeah,
The Super Visto.
I
Yeah.
think it's still on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you said, Devil's Rejects is almost the perfect movie.
All sympathized with them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you can, anybody who can make you feel sorry for such evil people with a song.
I don't think I felt sorry for him.
Oh, I did.
I felt this movie was torture-y and rapey also.
It was.
It definitely
I
is.
agree with that.
It definitely is torturing.
And the movie did make me feel dirty. I think it did exactly what it was trying to do.
What it was supposed to, yeah.
So by making me feel awful.
Yeah, you're supposed to feel uncomfortable.
And I couldn't wait for all those people to die.
I understand that.
That was
the chicken fucker.
That was my motivation for continuing to watch the movie. Is like, I need to see these people die.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, the ending was.
Well, you got your wish.
100% agree.
Well, sort of.
Again,
I
William
can't
Forsythe
hear that
was
song
so
anymore.
great.
Like that song has completely been replaced in my brain.
Yeah, and he was just Forsythe was just
He's
so good as the vengeful cop. And when he finally catches them, and he's like stapling pictures to their chest, and I mean, one of the times I met him, and I had my poster, and I made him write "Run, Rabbit, run!" That's the best scene of the whole movie when he's chasing her. And it was also was it his last movie? Matthew McGrory. I think that his last movie, Devil's Rejects, when he was in the beginning of it.
He's the giant guy.
Yeah.
Oh yes, he died right after that.
He died right after.
They've lost a lot of people from those movies.
Yeah.
Like when you stop and go through the list of everybody they lost.
Mm-hmm. And that opening scene was actually the inspiration for my Christmas cards a couple years ago.
That's right. I got that Christmas card. I remember.
I had Will dragging me through the woods.
That's great.
Covered in blood, and he had a weird mask on.
I love Nicole's Christmas cards.
That was a fun shoot. Fucking two guys fishing 10 feet away, didn't know what the hell we were doing.
Pay no attention to the man in the mask.
Pay no attention. He's carrying a chainsaw. I'm covered in blood on the ground.
Sounds like a blast.
It was fun.
It's great.
But yeah, so Devil's Rejects is my pick. I think it's 1,000 times better than the first.
I politely disagree.
You can say what you feel.
I agree 100%. I agree 100% with Clint. It's
okay.
It's mean-spirited. It's disgusting. I did not sympathize with these characters a single point, and was actually frustrated when Bill Forsythe did not get to kill them. The ending is phenomenal because we get to see them die a truly terrible death that they deserved to a badass song. I think House of a Thousand Corpses is vastly superior in that it too is a gross, mean-spirited movie, but it is so over the top, vibrant to a point where it's almost flamboyant. It's honestly, when I watch it, I'm thinking this is like the Addams Family or the Munsters meets Texas Chainsaw, which is funny because it turns out Rob Zombie is a huge fan of the Munsters.
Yes.
And that's what it felt like to me. It was this Saturday morning cartoon version of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I absolutely thought it was hilarious, and it made everything that should have been making you sick to your stomach just easier to digest, because it never once tried to make you think it wasn't a movie.
Mm-hmm.
It was just pure over the top entertainment. And that's one of the few reasons why it's one of those types of movies I can digest. Because as we mentioned with Hospital 2, I can't do these movies.
They're too realistic.
I felt, to me, Rejects is just no different than so many other exploitation films from the 70s. It just managed to land a better soundtrack.
I will always respect your opinion. Always. I will never say anything mean seriously to you ever. You are
But you're
incredibly
wrong, sir.
brilliant because of what you just said. I have never heard anything described like that before. When you said it never at one point made you think it wasn't a movie. And you are exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's just what I loved about it. It just made it, because I do feel I'm missing a lot. Like there are a couple of genres that I'm completely blind to in the horror community, and that is because I just can't stomach them. So Corpses was kind of a way for me to get a peek at it without having to basically put myself in an emotional bubble for several days afterwards.
Right. And I completely understand that.
Yeah. But there is no denying that Rejects does very much succeed at what it set out to do. It deserves all the praise it gets. But I do think that Corpses is the better movie.
More enjoyable movie to me.
The more... See, now I'm actually doubting myself because shit. No, I'm going to stick with it. Corpses is the more approachable film.
Okay.
That's a good word.
That's a very good word.
Rejects is very good, but I feel it has the potential to alienate a lot of potential audience. And from an artistic standpoint, yes, Rejects is better, but for movie making as a medium, Corpses is the way to go.
And this is why I do love Rob Zombie's filmmaking. I don't love everything he does, but he took a story and an idea and a filmmaking style that normally I would stay 1,000 yards away from, because I do not like Hostel, Last House on the Left, Cannibal Holocaust. I hate, like as Clint described it, the rapey, dirty realistic. I hate that shit. I won't even fucking watch it. I've never seen a lot of movies like that, but I loved this movie because I loved the characters and I love the humor that he put in it here and there. I don't know why I loved it. I shouldn't, but I do.
I think I still have a problem with what he did to Priscilla Barnes.
Yeah, that was rough.
That
whole hotel scene was hard to watch.
Every time I've tried to rewatch it, I've never gotten past the hotel scene.
Okay.
Terry from Three's Company, man.
Yeah,
that is.
Yet
the
I
tough
don't mind
scene.
her in Mallrats.
It is. It's a very hard scene to watch.
Yeah, I think.
But then
Brian
they throw in
Posehn
the
was
chicken
in that
fuckers
too.
and Ken Foree. What's that?
I think Brian Posehn was in that too.
He was yes.
all awkward comedian dude.
Yeah, he was the manager, the band manager.
In
band.
Devil's Rejects.
Yeah.
I was thinking House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
You're right.
He went out quick.
He did.
They didn't have him.
I
hang
guess he
around
could
long.
only show up for one day of shooting.
Yeah.
They're like, all
Plus,
right,
he's not
kill
as
him
pretty
first.
as Priscilla Barnes.
True.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Well, I guess we're on to Abby.
All right. My next pick, and possibly my last for the night, and I apologize. I'm running on such fumes today. But I'm going to go with the big one. Psycho 2.
Ah,
Oh, were you looking at the comments?
And
No,
Rob
did somebody
just
say
mentioned
that?
that. Yeah.
No,
Rob
said
Mahoney said, Rob said it. My
Oh.
favorite sequel ever, Psycho 2.
Yeah, see, you know,
awesome.
I can't read the.
No.
I love. We've discussed it before. It's a movie that never needed to be made. The fact that anybody would think to make a sequel to Psycho, to Hitchcock's masterpiece. Somebody
Mhm.
other than Hitchcock, but I'll tell you what, it is a great movie.
Yep.
It's a great movie, and it makes me want to watch all of the movies. And I'm sad that we only got 4.
Yeah.
And a TV show.
and the one with Anne Heche's butthole.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming.
What happened?
Where's her butthole?
In
One
the
of
remake.
remake.
In the remake.
In the remake.
Oh yeah.
When she falls over the tub and her, you can, it's right
Yeah,
there.
you could see
Yeah.
up through her mouth, like it's
The,
from
the,
Yeah.
like the.
the,
Mhm.
It's a
shot-
deleted scene. The camera actually goes down and
I do remember that.
Mhm.
yeah.
How would that?
The,
I
the
blocked
shot
that.
for shot remake, it
I
yeah.
went to the theater
like,
to see
remember
that
that
fucking
scene where-
movie.
Janet Leigh's
Horrible.
butthole was in the picture.
Lee's butthole.
we need to recreate that with Anne Heche here.
Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Awful.
Big fan, big fan. Adam, and I'm gonna put my
is
list in
his
the
genius.
group so that if you want
He
to,
is
you or Ryan, since you're both struggling, I will give you the rest of mine. But I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, Gatorland took it out of me, man.
Yeah. That and all those Friday the 13th movies yesterday.
Well, I would have
Mhm.
been fine if I was able to sleep in today, but like leaving my house at 8 a.m. after
Yeah.
very, very, very long day. But
wrestling all those gators. It'll take it.
dude,
slow
I
on you.
got to feed a gator.
That's
But they
crazy.
didn't put my picture up online, like on the thing to try to buy it.
Oh,
but- Like they had me kneel down with all these gators behind me. And he's like, if you feel something hit the back of your leg, that's a gator.
I would have had one in my car,
I am serious, Nicole.
ready to bring home.
Your name came up 75 times today. I'm not even kidding you.
I would have no fear.
All I
I
kept
would
going
just
is
give me a
Nicole
big
would give
stick,
him a
I'll be fine.
Scoopie. I'll give you a Scoopie. You know, it's like
Driving through Starbucks. get
I've
'em a
never
cup.
seen gators this large in my life. Never. That was his head. But anyway, I love you guys. I am going to go.
Love
I'll
you.
watch the rest of it. I need to not be upright.
It's been a busy couple days.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Been a
Very
busy
good.
couple days. So
Well,
again,
thanks
I
for
put the
coming
rest
in.
of my list in the thing. If anybody wants to steal them, please discuss.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thanks for
I love you
coming by. I
guys.
appreciate it.
Mwah.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Okay.
And then there were 4.
Yes. Psycho 2. I struggle to think of a better sequel.
Yeah.
Um,
Brilliant.
I mean, there are lots of good sequels out there, but I mean, that one was so inventive and used so many, aspects of Norman's story. And there was an unusual misdirection in it, like people made him think he was losing his mind,
Yes.
right.
And where he felt he was slipping back into his psychosis, and
Mhm.
and that was their intent. I mean, such a cool idea, and it's like for its time, I can't think of anything else that was like it. It was very well thought out, and I thought very well written, not to mention very well shot and acted.
Yeah.
It's I can't think of a better one, so I don't have a lot to say about it other than that.
Kind of like the movie we were just talking about. I mean, they made us feel sorry for Norman Bates.
Yeah,
Norman freaking Bates.
exactly.
That's
tough to do.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Yeah.
I did feel sorry for him until the end.
Well, yeah,
And then
but
I
at
was
that
kinda like-
point,
I was like, "Fuck that guy again."
at that point, they already got your money. So
That's right.
Because I mean, up until like, I guess spoilers for a 45-year-old movie, but like up until the end, he served his time. Like he
Mhm.
was just trying to
he
reintegrate
was
back into
rehabilitated
society.
for all
Yeah.
for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
there at some point you have to accept that he needs to come back into society and he needs to be given a chance. So I was like, yeah, Jesus, this poor guy. I'm like, oh wait, no, never mind, fuck him. But the movie does a fantastic job at, like Clint was saying, it's such a good sequel. It's like the first movie is famous for the twist and like it playing on your expectations. And this movie does such a good job of taking the expectations we have from being tricked in the first movie and
Yeah.
building on top of it.
Right.
And somehow that does not crumble. It just culminates in, like I said, one of the most, it's almost surpasses the original's ending.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Mostly because of that damn cheese sandwich. He looks so happy when he's eating it.
Very few times that I'm not happy when I'm eating a cheese sandwich, for sure.
Aren't you like, where's the meat on this thing? Like,
Yeah. No.
can
I
get
made
something else?
I made a toasted cheese sandwich today.
Was it a grilled cheese?
It was a grilled cheese, yes.
Okay.
Same thing. Part 2 was great. Anybody that can make a sequel, what is it, 30 years later,
Something
and
like
it's
that.
Yeah.
seamless. It still
The-
has the same energy and the same. What's the word I'm looking for? Ambiance? Is that the word?
Like aesthetic.
Thank you. Yeah, and the same creepiness, and it's brilliant.
The
Absolutely
balls
brilliant.
it took to make this movie. The
All of the
balls.
psychos are.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. The balls
Oh,
it took to
the balls.
make it.
I'm gonna make a sequel to a Hitchcock movie.
Yeah.
Like arguably Hitchcock's most famous movie. I'm gonna
Mhm.
make a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Like the balls it took to to get that greenlit and to like
And to do it
amazing.
right.
To not
You
fuck
know?
it up.
Good.
And well, that's the other thing, and to not fuck it up, because
Exactly.
how easy
Yeah.
could it have been to just make a movie about Norman Bates gets out of the mental hospital and just starts killing people at the hotel again?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Right.
after
It
that,
wasn't
like,
just a
almost just
generic.
make it like a generic
Slasher.
slasher movie,
Yeah.
Motel Hell sort of a thing.
There was
Yeah.
a great story. They brought back the original Vera.
Vera, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought her back.
They
The
bring
whole
the guy
cast
back.
was great. What's that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did they bring
her,
the guy back? The her
her-
boyfriend from the first movie.
I can't remember if he was back in it or not.
I don't remember.
He might have been in the opening courtroom scene. I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. For it to deny Norman's bail or
Yeah.
parole.
Yeah.
Right, he was in the sequel.
That's what I'm saying. If he was, he might have. I
I
remember
could
someone
be
being in that.
misremembering.
I think he was in that scene. Someone was there other than just her.
I could be wrong.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
allowed.
Yeah,
once a
Lila
year.
Crane was Marion Crane's sister. Sam Loomis,
Yes.
John
Yeah.
Gavin. Let's see.
Yeah. There was only one other time in my memory that anyone made an awesome sequel to a Alfred Hitchcock movie, and that was what was that sequel to The Birds? Birdemic?
Birds. There actually
I
is
didn't
a
know there
sequel
was
to the
one.
Birds.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm fucking around.
Wait,
Land's
there-
End.
Oh.
It's called
Birds-
Land's End.
The Birds 2 Land. No, there is a sequel. The Birds 2 Land's End.
Yeah.
It was made for TV movie.
Wow.
Oh.
It's not quite as good as.
I'd never heard of it.
Yeah. The VHS cover art is a family running away from seagulls. So,
Holy shit.
You know you're in for a good time.
The mother yelling, "Drop your French fries! Drop your French fries!"
Just get rid of them. We'll buy you more.
That was one of the best parts of that whole trip, was just sitting on the boardwalk, holding up French fries, and the seagulls just come down and take them right out of your
They
hand. I
won't
love it.
stop shitting on me.
Anyhow, Toasted cheese sandwich.
Toasted cheese sandwich.
It's a
No.
grilled cheese.
That is one of my favorite comfort foods, by the way.
Yes.
The grilled cheese.
Absolutely.
Put some pepperoni on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Doesn't
just
get much
pizza.
better than that.
Got the panini.
Fry it with cheese on the outside. Have you ever
Mm.
done that? Butter the bread and then dip the bread in like shredded Parmesan and then put it in the frying pan.
I've
Ye-
not,
Put
but that
cheesy
sounds like
crust on the
something
Sounds
outside.
great.
I need to try.
Uh huh.
Sounds really good.
It's really good.
It's not even a sandwich anymore.
No.
Put some
It's
slices of like real
it's a
mozzarella on the
slice of
inside.
heaven.
You ever like a good cup of milk, except for, instead of it just being milk, you add some sugar to it, maybe some berries. Then you beat the shit out of it and put it in the freezer for 6 hours.
Yeah, that's a great glass of milk, man.
That's a great glass of milk.
So it sounds a lot like something else.
No, it's milk.
Yeah.
But that does sound amazing.
Hmm.
All
Who did-
right.
Oh, it was Abby that did the birds too.
The birds too. Yeah.
All right. I got a great one that I don't think anybody can argue is not vastly superior to the original. Prom Night 2, Hello, Mary Lou. Don't. Come on. You guys have seen it, right?
I haven't seen them.
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah.
I've seen
Okay.
it. Yes, I have
I've seen it.
You're going to sit here and argue with me that Prom Night is redeemable at all as a movie.
It's
I haven't seen them.
it's like Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2. They're two completely different movies. Part 2 was
Yeah, one's good and the other one's terrible.
Jesus
Abby agrees
Christ.
with you. I don't know. I had some enjoyment out of Prom Night.
Really?
A little
What
bit.
the hell's wrong
yeah.
with me?
I don't know.
Something's
I'm
wrong.
not saying
You know
there's
what?
anything wrong
No,
with you. I'm
something
just
is
saying
wrong with me. There's no way.
gave it.
I was so confident about my choice.
Rob also agrees with you. There you go.
Yeah, great show. Prom Night 2, great. Prom Night.
Is dated.
Oh, is
It's
there?
dated. It's dated. Yeah.
I was super confident in my choice that everybody like, oh yeah, Prom Night, that's a piece of shit. Yeah. And-
Well, I'm not denying it's a piece of shit. I mean, just saying I got some enjoyment out of it. And they did not fool me with their little twist at the end. I'm like, that's exactly what I thought. Yeah.
I didn't realize that the first time I saw it, I didn't realize that was supposed to be a twist.
Yeah, it was supposed to be, but it wasn't. And it was almost a pointless movie.
Oh,
And
yeah.
except to watch Jamie Lee Curtis dance.
Yeah, to that really annoying Prom
think.
Night song. Prom Night, Prom Night.
Yeah. It's like she was practicing for that music video that she was getting ready to film, but really it was just prom night.
Prom Night.
Um,
Anyway,
Part 2 had a story. I think it went a little bit more supernatural.
a little bit.
Yes,
I mean, there is no supernatural element to the first one, so
correct. Yeah, it is 1,000 times more supernatural than the first movie.
maybe it's because I saw part 2 first.
And it is enjoyable. And damn it, why can't I think who the hell is in that movie?
Who? Part 2?
Yeah,
Michael
played the
Ironside?
freaking prince. Yes, Michael Ironside. That's what makes it better.
Right back.
Michael Ironside is awesome. Love that
He is
guy.
awesome. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I need Nicole to come back because I want her to explain what she likes about Prom Night.
Did she say she liked it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that part. And Adam, you did not see these.
No, I have not seen those.
So have you seen Prom
Okay.
Night 3?
I am ignorant to the Prom Night franchise as a whole.
So not the remake either.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Did you go to prom?
I did it. I was the prom king.
Really?
I was runner up, but
Okay. So you're the prom prince.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
Crown Prince. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Everything I was going to
They-
say just kind of fell apart when.
What? Say it anyway. Shit on the first movie. Let's do it.
I didn't. It's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I just really like the supernatural aspects of the remake. Michael Ironside is fantastic in it, like you said, and
Mhm.
I just thought it had some really creative ideas. Like it almost felt like a Silent Hill like movie at one point with the
My,
getting sucked
Mm.
into the other world and the creepy friggin' rocking horse and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
like, I don't seek
Sorry.
out Jamie Lee Curtis movies. I tend to avoid them. She kind of annoys
Really?
me.
Is this the
Yeah,
one that
Sean.
had that weird sequence where it was like they were kind of like they were in hell, and the one dude like blew his brains out and turned around to her and said, "Now let me give you a piece of my mind." Is this the one?
No,
Oh, okay, that's a different.
this is the
Prom Night
one
movie.
where the naked chick is hiding in a locker in the shower room, and then Mary Lou like crushes all the lockers together. And her
Ah.
guts spray out like strawberry jam. So Nicole, I am really curious. So you said you liked the first prom night a fair bit.
Yes.
Okay, and I mean this. I don't, and there is no joke behind this.
Yes.
Why? I want to know why.
It's probably it's probably the nostalgia thing for me. I was young when I saw it. Probably like 13 maybe. 12 or 13, 14. And it was just a good creepy movie. It's again, it's the nostalgia thing. I have nothing against part 2. I liked part 2. It was a fun movie. The one scene that sticks in my head is her sitting on the horse while it's like licking her fingers. She's like sticking her fingers in its mouth. Like that's the one. I don't know why that scene sticks in my head. It was a good sequel. It was. It was, but again, it was like night and day.
Yeah, no, they are two very
like Evil
different
Dead,
movies.
they're two completely different movies. But I love both of them. I don't think part 2 is better than the original, but it was definitely a very worthy sequel.
Prom night 2 or prom night for you is like Splatter University for me. Just it's nostalgia.
Yeah, it is. It's pure nostalgia.
So, based on Prom Night 2, do you feel like they should have made more movies?
No, because I've seen 3 and 4 and the remake. It should have stopped with 2.
Okay,
I have not
but that's
seen
like Monday morning quarterback, man. That's like saying, "Well, I saw them and they suck, so they should have stopped at the second one."
If
Based on
they,
the strength of the second movie, you're saying, "Yeah, I would have watched more movies."
well, I mean,
Did
I didn't like the first one at all. The second one, I absolutely adored. I guess with the hope that they would have carried it like the second one,
yes?
but they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough.
And Adam hasn't seen them.
I like your choice.
I thought there'd be more conversation on that one. Guess not. Adam, what do you got?
Creepshow 2.
Hey,
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
I love both movies, but I have to admit that I like Creepshow 2 a little bit more. I think The Raft is one of the best anthology horror segments like ever. I think the
Absolutely.
Raft. I almost wish that that was like a feature length film. There's things about the original Creepshow, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, but like I don't really like the cockroach segment like at all. Like that, like whenever I'm watching that movie, that segment always kind of like drags. And then Father's Day and Something to Tide You Over, they're just a little too similar with like the zombie things coming back, and you know what I mean. It's almost like sort of like a retread. Love the original Creepshow. Don't get me wrong, but I just really I don't know. I'm a big fan of the second one, and it just kind of and also the fact that there's only 3 stories kind of cuts the fat off of it a little bit. I love the wraparound, like the cartoon wraparound, and
with the Venus flytraps.
with the Venus flytraps. Yeah, it just, I'm not talking smack on Creepshow. It's just I like the sequel a little bit better.
I'll agree with you on that. I think I found the sequel to be a little bit more impactful. There was more than one segment of that stuck with me after I saw it. Not just the raft, but for me, thanks for the ride.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That one fucked me up because
yeah. Well,
I was
that guy
probably too young to see it, and I saw it very late at night
he
in my
gets
room.
beat to a pulp. Like,
Yeah. I imagine
I-
that son of a bitch coming out from underneath my bed, and I was like, God damn it. Why did I watch that?
It's the exact same thing happened to me.
Yeah.
yeah, the
To this-
core in that one is crazy.
To this day, it's one of the, like, if I'm at home alone, if I put on that segment of Creepshow 2 and I'm in the house alone, I still genuinely get creeped out.
When you said when I'm home alone, I just had a little image of you as Kevin McAllister and like the Wet Bandits, like chasing you around, and you're setting traps.
Setting traps in my bungalow. It's basically just one long hallway.
Getting your slip and slide out, and they're slipping around.
I was just looking at Abby's list.
Nicole,
That was on there. Creepshow 2 was on there.
what did
Yeah.
you think of Creepshow 2?
I don't agree with you 100%, but I don't think it's better. I think it's equal. I love them both equally. I could watch either one of them anytime.
Yeah.
Part 2 is a little more modernized. Of course, you don't have Ed Harris dancing to disco.
Right.
But they're both phenomenal. The cockroach one, freaks me out every time I watch it. Scares me to death. Because that's how I'm going to end up. I'm going to end up living in alone, wearing gloves and having vacuum trash cans.
I thought you were going to say that's how you were going to go out. And I'm like, what do you think is going to happen to you?
I'm going to go insane and think that there are roaches everywhere.
Well, I mean, he wasn't insane. They were everywhere.
Yes. Find me dead on the floor holding a tub of Clorox wipes. I think they're equal. I can't pick which one I like better.
I agree with Adam. I like part 2 better. There's a couple of segments in the first one to me that just don't hit. And there's even, I know a lot of Old Chief Wooden gets a lot of flack, but I always enjoyed that one. And there's not a bad segment in it. The raft is terrifying.
I do agree with Adam, and The Raft is probably one of the best anthology stories ever made. It was scary as shit. And it had a great ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. That creepy little bastard got what
Yeah.
the rapey guy.
Yeah.
He got his comeuppance.
Yeah.
I like that the oil slick burps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they swim out to the raft, and they're like, and the thing starts drifting, and they're like, "What do you think that is, Poncho?" And he's like, "I think it's an oil slick." And like the big,
Ever seen a perfectly round oil slick?
the big, jock guy's like, "Puh, I don't believe in oil slicks," and I'm just like, "What?
The oil slick.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't believe in oil slicks."
You mentioned Poncho, and I think I brought this up the last time we talked about it. That whole movie has a weird obsession with the Cisco Kid, and I don't get it. There's got to be some
That's
reasoning
interesting.
behind that, because it's on the TV when the fat guy gets killed in Old Chief Woodenhead, and the two guys on the raft call each other Poncho and Cisco.
I didn't think of that. That's crazy.
So what is up with that?
That's weird.
And I guess you can ask Stephen King, but George Romero's dead, so it's not like you can ask him.
The hitchhiker
True.
was scary.
Break out the Ouija.
Yeah.
The hitchhiker was
I-
terrifying.
I kept trying to convince Jim back when I haven't been to a convention in a while, but when I would go to every single one, I tried to convince Jim that we should enter the costume contest as Mrs. Lansing and the hitchhiker.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been awesome.
I like the part in The Hitchhiker when she's like trying to explain to her husband about why she's late, and she finally just accepts the fact she's gonna have to tell him she cheated. She's like, he charges $300, but that's for 6 count of 6
Count 'em,
orgasms.
6 orgasms.
That's $50 a pop. I think I'm gonna watch Creepshow 2 after this. Fuck, I love Creepshow 2.
I mean, of course, Creepshow 3 is better than 1 and 2, but
Oh, it's the. Did you see that Shout Factory was like having a limited run of those?
I'm just.
I was gonna buy it until I found out it was like $45 for the Blu-ray, and I'm like, I can't.
Things about that movie. I've never
It's not
exposed myself to it.
Honestly, it's been dragged across the mud so much. Like, it's not as bad as they make it out to be. It's just not very good.
Yeah,
it's basically something you'd see, no different than like, the back end of Tales from the Crypt, or like a B episode of Tales from the Crypt, or The Outer Limits, or something like that. Like, it's just, it's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the ride, lady.
I'm telling you, we should have done that. We should have cosplayed as Mrs. Lansing and the Hitchhiker. That would have been great.
Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, will always be my unofficial Creepshow 3.
Love it.
Oh,
You know what?
Is that the one with that gargoyle story?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
Christian Slater
and
with the mummy.
the black
the cat. Yeah.
It was just the 3 stories in that too, wasn't it?
Christian
Yeah, that
Slater,
was
Steve
gross.
Buscemi.
Well, 4 if you include the wraparound with the kid.
And
Oh
Blondie.
yeah, like the
Blondie
witch from yeah. I mean, it's so great. But like the what's her name from Blondie is the witch or whatever. Like that's so
Debbie Harry.
so cool.
Yeah. That is a good one. Forgot about that one.
That was
It's
great.
been forever.
I'm kind of indifferent on that one too. It's better than Creepshow 3 though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Creepshow 3 is not worth mentioning. I got so excited when I found out there was a 3, and then it just sucked.
Yeah.
Tommy Chong's daughter plays a gargoyle.
You've seen Creepshow 3, Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mind the vampire story with the serial killer.
That was another one I saw it once and hated it and just tried to forget about it.
Oh, okay. Well, there's
Like
a story about a
George
serial killer and a vampire that's actually pretty good.
I can't remember. If I saw it again, I would know it. But yeah.
Wonderful.
Whose was that?
Me.
Yeah. That was Adam's. Let's see. Shall I throw out one of my own or throw one out for Abby?
I got another one after this, and there's no way anybody can argue with me on it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Is that a
You were
challenge?
disappointed with the last one, so I'm gonna come up with an argument.
I was visibly shaken when I realized when I got an argument against it. I was like, "Oh no!"
I'll throw out one of Abby's. Just because Don said the first person who mentions this movie is going to get muted and probably kicked out. Blair Witch 2: Book of Shadows.
Ooh, I love Blair Witch 2: Book of Shadows.
Do you? Okay.
I do. No, I absolutely do.
Okay.
Are we surprised?
It's a good movie.
I have seen this movie. I've seen it a couple of times, strangely enough, and having not seen the first one, I find it weird that I've seen this a couple of times. And I'm not going to call it terrible. I'm also not going to call it great. And I did find the ending kind of inventive. So I will give it that. I found them fucking annoying, if I'm being honest with you. Like, I didn't give a shit about the people in this movie.
You didn't give a shit about Big Titty Goth Girl.
Maybe briefly.
Criminal.
Well, there was like Big
I
Titty
still thought she was
Wiccan,
terrible.
Big Titty Wiccan, and Big Titty Goth Girl.
Yeah. And so when when all this terrible shit happened to him, I kind of wasn't bothered by that. And based on the strength of this movie, I'm glad they didn't make more.
They did though.
I guess kind of.
They made one more.
Did they? Which
Yeah.
one was that?
Blair Witch.
Blair Witch.
Oh, see, now you're gonna confuse me.
I didn't name them.
I know you didn't. Well, then, had I been a studio exec after the second movie, I would have said, "No, stop."
Enough's enough.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
is Blair Witch 2? Oh, that's one of Abby's, I guess. I'd be curious to know if she thought that was better than the first film, or if that was a movie that she thought derailed the franchise. I know where I lean, but
Okay.
I wonder, what her initial thoughts were.
Maybe we'll get her thoughts in the comments. But what are your thoughts on it?
I thought it was a really bad idea, executed even worse. I just think, like, there's nothing redeemable about that movie. Like, way to take a premise and like completely cut it to pieces and try to stitch it back together again and turn it into something completely different that nobody wanted to watch. Least of all me. Like the first movie had that whole innovation of the found footage. Like, we hadn't seen anything like that in years and years and years, so that was kind of cool. And so they could just come back and make like a standard CW looking, clean as hell and polished movie again. It was like Blair Witch 90210.
Yeah. With the guy from Burn Notice.
Yeah. Like it was like too meta for its own good.
Yeah.
It was like so wink wink, and
yeah.
I didn't care for it.
I didn't either. Nicole, did you see Blair Witch 2?
Yes, I did.
What did you think of it?
The whole franchise shouldn't exist. They both sucked.
There's 3 of them. 3.
I'm sure the third one sucked too.
I like the first
one.
I like the first and third one.
I can't believe I actually watched the second one since I hated the first one. But
did you say they used drones in the third?
They used drones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it
Just
came out
aerial
after
shots, or
came out after 2016, so you got to have a drone shot in your movie.
Oh, okay.
Sounded like a good idea at the time. They only used that like once though in the whole movie, and it's
on that subject, I think drones really were a beneficial addition to modern cinema. Before you needed like an airplane or a helicopter or a crane to do those types of shots. And
now every movie looks like Stanley Kubrick.
I have so much to say about that because they trick you.
Yeah,
because you start a movie like you pick a movie on Prime, like Amazon Prime, and there's like thousands of shitty horror films on Amazon Prime, but they'll trick you with that aerial shot. Where you're like, oh, this is actually a real movie, until like the characters show up, and you're like, oh no, like like you work at a Sheetz, you
you work at a Sheetz.
Yeah.
You're a dental hygienist.
I'm pretty sure I ordered a coffee from you yesterday.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just like you guys aren't actors, and this sucks. And you guys, but you lured me in with that very professional aerial shot.
Because they put it in the trailer.
Yeah. And one other thing about those, do you guys know what I'm talking about with those shitty Amazon Prime horror movies?
Mm-hmm.
Like, here's a trick. You can always tell which ones are the worst movies on there. The longer the synopsis is, the worse the movie is going to be. If you go on there and it's like 1, 2, 3 paragraphs, Like they're trying too hard, and those movies are always terrible. The good ones are always the ones that are only like 1 or 2 sentences.
Yeah, Jim, you're on multiple.
Jim has
victim of
fallen
shitty
prey to this
movies in
multiple
general.
times.
You're like, oh, it's a real movie, and then they're like,
Yep. No, I get what you're saying. It's so affordable to do a shot like that now.
yeah,
That everybody puts
like
one in
almost
there.
anybody.
It's always in the trailer. Fantastic. Well, let me give you one for myself. I'm gonna go a little sci-fi now, I think. And I'm gonna say Chronicles of Riddick.
You.
You're not wrong. I
That's
don't
the
know.
sequel to Pitch Black, right?
Yes, I like Pitch Black so much.
So do I.
I like that so much.
I forget
Me
about that
too.
movie all the time. But that's a good one.
And
I forget that
And-
movie, about that movie all the time. It was so good.
yeah, and watching the second movie, Chronicles of Riddick, it was fun for a one time through, and I wouldn't say that I found it fun for a second viewing. I found myself cherry picking scenes that I liked, and overall, Ben Deals is not the most versatile actor, and he doesn't always make a movie that I love. So definitely think that it was okay, but I don't know if I would have wanted more movies after that. So I kind of feel like franchise should have died there. Then they made that cartoon after that, which Dark Fury, which I couldn't even make it through. I think I fell asleep when I tried to watch it. And then I really hesitated, when the latest one came out that they just called Riddick. But strangely enough, I felt that one kind of redeemed itself a little bit, and I liked it better. So like I'm like 1 and 4 with those. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to like it. But yeah, they totally could have stopped at the second movie, and I wouldn't have lost any sleep over it.
I can't do it with one hand.
But
Thank you. What is going on in Ryan's house that she can't do with one hand?
Oh yeah.
Oh
I didn't
boy.
turn off the mic.
It's too-
Okay. I'll explain in a second.
Hi, Jen.
I said I.
Gotta wrap both hands around.
We
Oh.
it was the first time since her surgery that we had to actually go. She had to leave the house. So I helped her put on her bra this morning, but she's going to bed and she realized she couldn't get it off.
Yeah.
You're a good husband.
So then I tried to be really cool and do it with one hand, but then I kind of hurt myself because I was turning my back this way.
Yeah. Yeah. Who do you think you are? The Fonz? Yeah. All right. Go on. Chronicles of Riddick. You gonna rip it up or what?
Love Pitch Black.
Uh-huh.
Not a fan of Chronicles of Riddick. I did not see the third one, Riddick, because I did not like the Chronicles of Riddick. But I love the original. Pitch Black is one of my favorite movies. It's Rhoda Mitchell.
Oh yeah,
she's on
she
my
is something else.
list. Yeah,
She
she's
is
a
something
top
else.
defense for her.
And Cole Hauser. Cole Hauser's kind of underrated.
Forgot he was in that.
Yeah.
He was like
I
his
like him in
main
a lot of stuff.
adversary, sort of in Pitch Black, right?
Yeah, he was like what do you want to call that?
Then they become like
kind of like a
buddies.
bounty hunter.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Anyhow. Go ahead, Nicole. Didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. Now I gotta look up Cole Hauser.
Oh, you don't remember Cole
I
Hauser?
cannot remember him in the...
He's in Yellowstone now, right? All the girls are hot about him.
Oh, Rip.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay.
He was the drug
I don't even
addict,
watch
right?
the show and I know who
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah,
It
these
doesn't
ladies
watch
that
the
work with are always like, "Rip." I'm just like, I don't get
I've
it.
never seen the show, but I
Must be the
know who it
cowboy
is.
thing.
Only because my sister-in-law keeps telling me that I'm a lot like Beth. Um,
That says a lot.
it does, doesn't it? Um, no, I'm a big fan of Pitch Black. I'm not a fan of the sequels. I don't think they were necessary.
Mhm.
I
Well,
understand they were trying to create this character,
yeah.
this the franchise, the marketing, yeah, but no.
Yeah.
Vin Diesel can only do so much.
Right. But I think
You know,
I think he was smart in buying the rights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're basically his movies. So any movie any money that it makes,
Yeah, they
he's
just need
going to
to
get
make.
the lion's share of it.
They just need to
Yeah.
make money.
right. It's
Right.
just like him going to see the movie over and over again. Like that first movie was a really good self-contained little horror movie.
It was. It was.
And then like he tried to flesh it out and turn it into like this whole other thing. This
Yeah, he
like
was trying to.
weird Star Trek thing. And it's just like what they say in Mean Girls, like stop trying to make fetch happen. Stop trying to make Riddick happen. Like it's just
Yeah.
it's never gonna work.
Like he
So
tried to
you're-
turn the character into a big like superhero type.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
and, like a Neo, you're the one type of
Yeah.
like a thing.
Yeah.
Where like the cool thing about him in the first movie was that he was kind of like a cool, almost like Boba Fett type character.
Yeah. Like he was a bad guy, but
He was a bad guy, but they needed his help, and
mm-hmm.
he wasn't as
became
bad as he
oh,
let. One of those deals. But like,
Yeah.
like you kind of lost that anti-hero. Like everything that made him cool, you kind of
Yeah.
lost that in the.
in the sequel.
And then, like the mythology just wasn't very interesting. Like
Yeah.
I can't say that I've seen the especially the second one since it came out in the theater when I worked there. But I don't the mythology didn't grab my attention from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Escape from Butcher Bay was really good. If anybody played those. No?
Mm-mm.
Nobody knows
Like-
what I'm talking about.
No, the third one didn't they try to like do another Pitch Black ish movie with it? Didn't he
I
have
think
like
it was-
a little pet monster or something?
Yeah, he had essentially a dog.
Mm.
You know, I don't know what to call it. I almost said space dog, but
Space Dog's good.
yeah. Yeah, they did that. And honestly, that Riddick movie was just his ego stroking movie.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
a lot of time spent on him, figuring out how to just get to another place on this planet and
Right.
discovering things along the way.
Yeah,
And they always made him cooler than what he was, like the way he killed the one bounty hunter guy was super unrealistic, and I'm like, okay, that was dumb. The whole 1 foot kicking a machete, head in a box type deal. That was stupid as shit.
The biggest problem. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say like the teacup kill in Chronicles of Riddick.
I like the teacup kill. The biggest problem with Riddick as a character is that it needs to be. Vin Diesel's not the right guy to be doing this. Like for Riddick to work, Riddick needs to have some charisma. And
Right.
Vin Diesel's claim to fame has never been his charisma. I mean, the man's most famous for playing a CGI tree that says 3 words over and over again. And being the dumb muscle in the Fast and Furious franchise. And that you don't go to
my car's so fast.
you don't go to those movies to hear Vin Diesel repeat the words family and Corona over and over again. You go because of the crazy stunts.
That's true. And his I'm sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
No, I was just to focus these movies so hard on him It doesn't like, dude, just know your limits, stay within them.
Yeah.
Like that's why Pitch Black, or as I like to call it, Light Gel the movie, because every other scene was a different fucking shade. Like there was yellow 1 second, green the next, blue, red. But that movie was cool because it was an ensemble.
Right.
And
Yeah, he wasn't even a star when that first movie was made.
No.
Right.
Which why they became these
I don't even know
ego
what they
projects.
were. Yeah, it wasn't the right way to go.
I think he would have been bigger if he had have done a similar thing to what The Rock did, because one of my favorite Vin Diesel movies is The Pacifier. I think he should have done more comedy in there, like The Rock did with like Jumanji and all that. And I think he would have been bigger instead of trying so hard to be just this big action star.
So, like, if he had taken the Tooth Fairy 2 instead of Larry the Cable Guy, it might have gone better for him.
It might have worked better. But again, The Pacifier works because you have that ensemble cast.
Exactly.
It's watching him interact with the kids. And that's where you get the comedy from there and you get the fun from there. It's not just Vin Diesel brooding the entire time and, talking.
He would have been a great kindergarten cop.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
If they had, actually tried to do it.
Well, we had Rutger Hauer as kindergarten cop.
Or Dolph Lundgren.
Sorry, Dolph Lundgren.
Dolph Lundgren.
Fuck, now he's dead. Gonna say how amazing.
Dolph Lundgren's dead?
No, Rutger Hauer's dead.
Oh.
I was just thinking how amazing a Rutger Hauer kindergarten cop would be. He would scare the shit out of those kids.
He would. Just have him be like he wasn't the hitcher.
Yeah.
Or a hobo with a shotgun.
Just sit there at the teacher's desk telling the most fucked up story imaginable while just swinging a knife back and forth.
Where's your homework? Your excuses are like tears in the rain. Or something.
Time to die.
Time to die.
He was
the movie.
villain.
Oh,
Oh my god. Surviving the Game is probably one of my favorite Rutger Hauer movies.
I really like Split Second.
Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk, yes.
What the fuck was the name of that movie? Deadlock? Yes. No. Fuck.
Yes.
I can't remember now.
Fuck.
Was it? Oh, sorry. Wedlock. It's called Wedlock. 1991. Rutger Hauer.
Oh, Wedlock, Deadlock. 601 half a dozen of it.
Well, I couldn't remember the name of it. I mean, I thought it was a play on the word wedlock, is why I went with Deadlock, because, but no.
Oh, they're kind of the same thing.
Yeah, sure. That is a cool little sci-fi movie, if you've never seen it, that I still feel has some merit to it.
Which was that?
Wedlock.
Wedlock. I've never heard of that.
Yep.
I'll check it out.
Yep. You'll watch it and you'll be like, that was a colossal piece of shit. Why did you say that?
Story of my life.
Yeah. Okay. Where did we leave off? Oh, Chronicles.
You did yours. Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah. Okay, so everybody hates it. Got it.
I did like the teacup scene.
Did you like it, Clint? Did you like?
I did not.
I like scenes of it.
Okay.
I'll say that overall, no.
Truth be told, I can't even remember what it's about.
What,
I just
Blair
remember
Witch
the teacup scene. Oh, Blair Witch 2?
Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah. No, I love Blair Witch 2.
I just remember he was like the last of a dying race, and he had to like save these people, and he couldn't talk because he was Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
But he kept talking, and that's why we didn't like him.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You ever watch Saving Private Ryan and like Vin Diesel's just kind of like there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you're like,
Yeah.
what the hell are you doing in this movie?
yeah, yeah,
Reminds me
yeah.
of my
It's
niece,
so
bro.
weird.
But it's not until
Yeah.
that's the thing when it first came out. Like this was a much later thing,
Yeah.
and then you're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, Vin Diesel's in this." Now I can't stop
So
seeing
biz-
Vin
it's so
Diesel in Saving
bizarre.
Private Ryan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, the most memorable part about it was when he died.
Yeah.
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 That was brutal.
I have a
He
letter
had a letter.
for my dad. It's got
Jesus
blood on
Christ.
it. Like, okay.
Oh fuck! God, that movie hits hard.
That was a gut wrenching fucking movie.
Yeah.
Vin Diesel.
All right.
It's funny because as soon as we started talking about fucking Chronicles of Riddick, that's the first thing that popped into my head was that, oh yeah, Vin Diesel is in Saving Private Ryan. Every time he gets brought up, that's the first thing that pops into my head.
Here's my letter to Tyrese. Tell him you're family.
Tell him to live his life 1 mile at a time.
Tell him to never turn his back on family. All right. Let's stop talking about Vin Diesel.
I'm
Nicole,
glad we did the Vin Diesel.
Yes.
hangout.
are you going Exorcist 2? Where are you going?
No. I'm debating. What's gonna piss off Ryan more? All right. Predator 2.
Predator 2.
I guess it
Okay.
What about it?
What would you like
Yeah,
to say
what
about
about it?
Predator
Hated
2?
I am such a fan of the original, and when I found out a part 2 was coming out, I got very excited, and then I saw it, and I hated it. Hated it. I thought
Everything
it was
around me
awful.
is
It's
expensive.
almost.
I can't throw any of it.
I thought, yeah, it almost killed the franchise for me. Because again, part 2 was so bad that when a part 3 came out, I almost didn't even want to see it. I'm so sorry, Ryan. I'm so sorry. I love the original Predator. I do. The second one was fucking awful.
Yeah.
It kind of
I-
almost did kill the series because they didn't make another one for a really long time after.
Yeah, yeah. I love you, Ryan. I'm not a
multiple
fan of
predators
the
right next to me here.
I love
Goddamn
Predator. I
Jamaicans almost
love
killed it.
the character. I love the movie. The sequel was shit. A complete fucking waste of time.
Fuck this! I'm just going straight from the bottle.
Yeah.
But I love you
I love you too.
very much. Okay.
I'll admit I had a similar feeling. It was not the sequel that I wanted.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure that I wanted to watch another Predator movie after that. But the fact that they did make more Predator movies, and with how bad some of them were, it kind of made me start to appreciate that one. So in hindsight, I think Predator 2 was a worthwhile addition to the franchise.
Okay.
I'll take
But
it.
at the time, before they had made additional films, I was like, yeah, I'm good.
Poor Ryan's just
Adam.
sitting there stunned. I don't know.
Adam, what did you think of Predator 2?
I like it a lot. I acquired my appreciation for it over time, though. When I first saw it, I didn't like it. But that's just because of like all the goodwill from the first movie, and it's really hard to make a sequel to an Arnold Schwarzenegger film without Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
And so that's just his absence is just kind of like glaring, like you just feel it. I mean, as a kid, I did anyway. When we watched it recently, I kind of gained like a whole new appreciation for it, though, because the cast is absolutely fucking fantastic. It has one of the best casts of an '80s movie that I mean, it's essentially they took all the best character actors from Lethal Weapon and Aliens and put them in one movie together.
I agree
I mean,
with that.
it's really, really
great.
good. So there are some things that I wish they had done a little differently, like the whole Jamaican terrorist thing called, like that, and that, like I could do without that. And as much as I like Danny Glover, I can't help but think that anyone else would have been better in that role. Like, I keep waiting for Riggs to come save him every time he's like out on the ledge. My fan casting with that has always been like, it's somebody that I always thought should have been a bigger star was Keith David. I just thought he would kick ass in that movie.
Yes, he would.
And he would just,
yeah.
you know what I mean? Just, I don't know. So, but so what it added to the mythology, I think, was pretty great. And it was years later till I found out that there was an actual xenomorph skull on the back of the ship, and that blew my mind. I was like, oh my god, But anyway, no, it's my second favorite movie in the Predator franchise. I like it a lot.
Okay.
What do you think of Ryan?
We talked about it not too long ago. I absolutely adore this movie. It to me feels like a comic book movie before comic book movies were a thing. Right down to, like Adam pointed out, the Jamaican drug terrorists and the outfits, the fact that it's supposed to be the futuristic year of 1997, which only gets better as time goes on. I thought the Predator looks phenomenal, and it's the best the Predator's ever looked, modern movie or otherwise. Stan Winston just got his feet wet. Like, they had to rush the design for the first movie, so this is when he really got to take his time with the costume, and it just looks friggin' phenomenal. And shit, what's his name? Peter Michael Hall is the Predator, right?
The big guy, yeah.
Yeah. Nobody's ever been able to play the Predator as good as he did.
Yeah, I agree.
Kevin Peter Hall.
Kevin Peter Hall, thank you. So damn fun. It's so damn sleazy. Bill Paxton is an absolute treasure in it. It is easily my favorite of the entire franchise. And yes, they should have definitely continued making more after this. We got Prey, which is great. And I love the Predator. I hate Predators.
Whoa.
Well, that's the other thing about Predator 2. Like, I love Predator, but it's just like Alien. It takes so long. Kid Ryan wanted to see the monster. Like, that's what we come for. We want to see the creature. Predator, and I get it. It took its time. It was a slow burn for a while, and it took a while to reveal the creature. Predator 2 was like, fuck that noise. We're going to show you this thing right away. And that was great. And then for some reason, Predators goes back to like, they wait 40 fucking minutes to show the Predator. We know what it looks like. Why are you hiding it? Like, who are you? What are we trying to do here? We came to see the monster. We didn't see to come see the pianist and his 8-pack. Like, Jesus. Oh, I fucking hate Predators.
Oh my
Anyway,
God, Ryan, I love you so much, but Jesus Christ.
Predator 2 is a damn delight, and I think it gets thrown under the bus way too much. Especially, like Clint said, especially in hindsight. Like, it's not that. There are far worse sequels out there. Than Predator 2.
Not a lot.
So,
I can't. It was.
if I spoke a foreign language, I'd be muttering stuff in it right now.
Yeah, Tuesday Pazzo. What bothered me so much, again, I respect your opinion completely.
You know it's
Is
a
it-
good night when. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you just real quick. You know it's a good night when the term "I respect your opinion"
It's
bud,
brought up multiple
is
times.
said multiple times.
Yes, because I love you. If I didn't love you, I would tell you to fuck off. But I love you and I respect your opinion. But it was a disappointment to me. They had the best cast. Cast was freaking phenomenal. Bill Paxton alone can carry a movie. It was just I didn't like him in this city. I didn't. There were just so many fucking mistakes that they made with this movie, and the ridiculousness of it. Because I like and like Adam said, it's hard to make a sequel to an Arnold movie without Arnold. You can't do it. It's you know, but they just could have done so much more.
They
And
needed another A-lister. Sorry, Nicole.
that's okay. I'm not a huge fan of AVP at all. I
Yeah.
loved Predators. I fucking love it.
Of course.
I love Topher Grace as a villain. Adrian Brody was great, and I understand. And now Ryan doesn't even want to be on camera with me. I understand why you didn't like it. It was annoying that it took 40 minutes for them to show the actual predator, but they were back in the jungle, which is what I loved. I hated that they had him in the city. I hated that. And the fact that he flung that silver record buzzsaw thing and it like split somebody in half, like razor sharp, cut through bone, and then it falls on the ground and Danny Glover just picks it up and carries it for the next 20 minutes and he didn't like cut himself. Like that bothered the shit out of me. It really did. I don't know why that really bothered me. It's stuff like that made the movie so ridiculous to me that I just and it started off as one of those I saw it when it first came out, hated it, never went back. When we did the Predator Hangout, I rewatched it again. I gave it another chance, and it was just as bad as the first time I saw it. I'm so sorry. I love you.
I can remember the exact moment that I knew it was my favorite,
Mhm.
and because I was on the fence. You see a ghost?
Catalina doesn't like it either.
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know what she's doing. I'll mute here for a second.
it was near the end of the movie. The Predator's like fixing himself up in the bathroom, and I'm like, you know what? This might be my favorite of the franchise. And then the Predator bursts. The old lady's got the broom. The Predator bursts through the bathroom, runs through her hall, and bursts out into the lobby or into the main hallway of the apartment. And she's scared shitless. And then Danny Glover comes through the bathroom looking like death. She screams again. He's like, "It's okay, I'm a cop." And this little old lady's just like, "I don't think he gives a shit." I was like, "That's it. This is my favorite. This is
That
great."
was a great scene.
I don't. Yeah, I can't. I hear you, Nicole, but I can't see anybody being disappointed in, other than like not getting Schwarzenegger back. I get that. And now that Adam's mentioned Keith David, I just wish that is the movie we had gotten.
Yeah.
But I just can't see anybody watching Sweaty Man Jungle Alien movie and not appreciating Sweaty People City Alien movie. I don't, yeah. But again, I'm like, I just like, that's how I broke down the movie. So obviously I'm a man of simple taste.
I respect your
But I respect yours.
I understand they're changing up the environment, trying to tell a different story somewhat.
Yeah.
Fucking hate Predators.
and I love Predators. I loved it.
Oh boy.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah. No, I feel like, I don't
Except
know.
for all that character development, all those people I didn't give a shit about.
That's the other monologues. Oh my god. Like, you guys are going to die. Now is not the time to stop stare at the two moons because you're on like the fucking forest of Endor, and I guess Endor was one of the moons. Anyway, like that's not the time to start monologuing. You are literally being hunted for your skull.
Right.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. Adrian Brody, I'm just so mesmerized by that guy's nose. Like I can't even. Like he wouldn't even need a machete in the jungle. He could just be like,
Oh,
make
Adam.
Damn.
a little pat.
Just pushes everything out of the way.
He could have sword
I-
fighted that samurai
but the-
guy with it too.
I give the man kudos for getting bulked right up for the role, though, because nobody would have thought Adrian Brody could be an action star, but
Exactly.
he pulled
That's
it
one
off.
of the things
Yeah,
he
I
looked
still
the
don't.
part. He looked the part, though.
Yeah.
He looked like Calvin Klein model.
Yeah.
You like that kind of ripped, you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
like not Arnold, like
Worked on all his
Steroid.
on all his glamour muscles.
Yeah.
He was pretty big. Are you?
he was, but he
Yeah, I was
wasn't
gonna say-
like Carl
I
Weathers.
already talked about his nose. Oh, you mean
Look, no. If you're going to talk about Calvin Klein glamour model, you're talking about Paul Rudd and Ant-Man, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, that's yeah.
I just wish somebody would have given him a throat lozenge at some point during the film.
Oh yeah,
that's
he
his-
did
That's his big boy voice.
Christian Bale Batman thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Predator's like, "Rah, rah, 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 rah," and he's like, swear to me.
Oh God. Next.
Oh yeah. Okay. I don't think anybody can argue with this one. This is an improvement over the original, in my opinion. And I'm going to say if this is the way they were going to go with the franchise, I would have definitely wanted to see more. Ghoulies 2.
Adam says, challenge accepted.
And there's Batman.
That's right. Let me make sure I still remember how to spell this.
Three was goalies go to college, right? That was
Yeah,
3.
2 is the one that was in the
Two.
traveling carnival.
Oh, it was in the carnival.
Yeah. I can't argue with that. I like that one better
I
than the
can't
first
really
one
remember.
by a long shot.
My biggest gripe about goalies was just that there was a severe lack of goalies in it, like the first one.
Yeah,
If-
which is
if
what the
I-
second one rectified.
Yeah, the second one there was a lot more goalies, which like so right off the bat, that it's an improvement.
We had a much more fun setting too. They invaded the
Yeah.
haunted house.
Yeah.
People
Good.
kept going in the haunted house. Some were killed by the ghoulies. A lot of people
Yeah.
thought it was
Right.
part of the show. The finale where the giant ghoulie
Oh,
comes
yeah.
out and just starts stomping around the carnival like a kaiju and eats up all the little
Like
ghoulies.
Clownzilla. You know,
Yeah.
there was some definite Killer Clowns influence with that second film.
You have a little person
Well,
thespian.
it even had what's his name in it from Killer Clowns, the old man, the guy who has the dog. And he
Oh, Pooh
gets,
Bear.
like, the guy gets he's in Ghoulies too.
He's like, oh, Pooh Bear.
I'll tear this tent to the ground, or whatever he says. He gets so excited about the damn circus being talking to
Give me
that
back
dog.
my Pooh Bear.
Nicole, you're quiet. Have you seen Ghoulies 2?
No,
Okay, so I can't.
I never saw the first one either.
Damn.
The first one's a waste of time. For a movie
Yeah.
called Ghoulies, there's a shocking.
Well,
lack
that
of
means I'll
ghoulie
love
in
it. So,
Yeah,
There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way you'll love it.
Like the coolest thing about Ghoulies was the cover art for the poster,
Yeah,
Yeah,
with
yeah.
out of the toilet.
which is a scene
Yeah.
they added into the movie because they realized they made that badass poster, but they didn't have
Yeah.
a scene of a ghoulie coming out of a toilet. Like that's the kind of fucking production value they have.
Yeah. They the way they made characters have glowing eyes in that movie is they put on black light contact lenses and turn on a black light,
Which
and you could
I-
see the light on
And sometimes the lens like was moving, so like it looked like they were looking to the right with one eye and straight out of the other.
yeah.
That freaking dirt face going on.
Yeah.
And I think it was it John Carl Beekler that did the effects?
I don't know.
Either way, it was not. I don't know if he just didn't have the money or the time, but those ghoulies, they were rough.
In the first film.
Yeah. And they were going to do a 3D movie, and they were all like they'd started to invest all this money into making it 3D, and then they realized how expensive it was going to be, so they changed it, but they'd already filmed part of the movie, and what they did was the way they were going to let you know that the movie was going to be 3D was the actors were going to put on sunglasses, and that was your cue for the audience to put on your 3D glasses. So the movie has these random scenes where these people are wearing glasses in the house, and there's no explanation for it.
That's awesome. I didn't know that.
The first
like
movie's
Yeah.
Except compared to Ghoulies, Nightmare 6 is a competently well-made film. I like Nightmare 6, but I mean, I admit it's hot garbage.
Not surprised.
Nicole's just like, nothing surprises me anymore.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
But yeah, definitely Ghoulies 2. Definitely. And if you haven't, you can skip it too. There's no connection. Just go straight to the second. Ghoulies Go to College is a piece of shit, and Ghoulies 4 is something to watch as a curiosity only.
Yeah.
Ghoulies
2 is like
the peak of the franchise. Surprised it's never been remade, honestly.
Yeah. The Ghoulies in the first movie are like when Jim Henson was just learning how to make puppets and stuff, and he threw them away. Somebody bought them and put them in Ghoulies.
Dug them out of the dumpster behind the studio.
Yeah, I mean, they are very garbage pail kid-esque.
Yeah. You just find a Muppet somewhere. Like, just throw some KY jelly on this. It'll be fine.
They are very moist.
Yeah.
All of them. Very wet.
That was something we started talking about at the end of the friggin' Friday 13th marathon there, was how moist Jason got by like part 8.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be able to sneak up on you more. You'd be able to smell him before he even got near you.
Yeah, it was always wet.
Yeah. Even part 6 or 7.
7, he was really moist. Yeah.
Because the end of that movie was very, very wet.
He's just a living wet sock.
Ugh.
Don's on his way home. He would like to throw Hellraiser 2 into the mix. He says he loves it.
Hellraiser 2. See, why didn't I think of stuff like that? I'm picking fucking Ghoulies 2, and we still have like Hellraiser. Like, we have all these other great 2s that we could be picking right now.
All it says, lake water does wonders for your skin. Why Jason Voorhees was absolutely glistening.
Yeah, he was definitely exfoliated.
Moisturized.
Yeah. So, yes.
Pores were wide open.
Hellraiser 2. That is a good selection from my perspective. I think it is a worthwhile addition to the franchise. They could have stopped after that one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's better than the first one. I agree with them there too. I'm not like a huge Hellraiser guy, but I think 2 is better than the first one.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to go. I don't know why I think that. But
well, it could be this.
I mean, I don't know.
It sounds right.
Maybe the same argument I have with Ghoulies 2. Like, you come for Cenobites. Hellraiser 2 is loaded with Cenobites.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why.
Although I will say that Hellraiser 2 made me want a third movie. It was just,
and then like Pinhead goes out like a bitch in that movie. Doesn't, because like the doctor turns into a Cenobite, like the evil doctor.
Yeah.
And then he like whips the other Cenobite's ass.
Yeah.
Like he like whips the shit out of them. He like kills them.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, I didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
So much for being a horror icon, Pinhead.
Yeah.
Well, the end of 2, he turned human, as did the rest of them.
That's when we found out that Chatterer was a little kid. You're like, God damn, what the hell did that fucking kid do to go to hell?
Yeah, exactly.
He was like 8.
Played with the box.
He cut the tag off a mattress.
Just like Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
It says not to right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you're a little
Yeah.
chattering ass
So-
for the rest of your
So
life.
mad, just took a knife and I just cut it off.
Wow.
Holy fuck!
That's
Tag off a mattress.
right.
I mean, I disagree with. I wanted there to be more Hellraiser movies after 2,
Yeah.
and I'm glad we got more. Like some of my favorite ones are later on in the franchise. Like my favorite one is Part 5. But I thought Bloodlines was fun. 3 is hot garbage. I don't
Yeah.
like 3.
I would like to see Bloodlines the way it was intended.
Sounds like we're gonna get something closer. It sounds like they are releasing a alternate cut. Arrow or something found.
Okay.
Or was it Scream Factory? Someone found a work print and they're cleaning it up to release it.
Oh wow, that I would like to see, because I heard that the guy who made that movie pissed off one of the Weinsteins, and they purposely had a bad cut of the movie made so that it wouldn't make any
Wow.
sense and it wouldn't make any
Mhm.
money.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, who'd have thought the Weinsteins are complete assholes?
I know, isn't that weird?
Huh.
And they're willing to just like write off millions of dollars that were invested into a
Well, I
film
mean, when
because they want to ruin somebody's career. Strange.
you're worth almost $1 billion, $1 million isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
That'd be like me being upset that I spent 25 cents to personally ruin someone else's life.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to because I'm not an asshole, but I'm saying I wouldn't care about the
Yeah.
25 cents.
Right. I get what you're saying.
But yeah, Hellraiser 2, I remember watching them when I was a kid back to back, and I definitely was more Hellraiser. But I mean, as a kid, this is probably pre-puberty, so maybe, Hellraiser, I wasn't exactly Hellraiser's target audience. But Hellraiser 2 definitely was more rewatched when I was younger. It was gorier. It was more bites. I liked that they went into hell, and you got to see all the cool labyrinth stuff and the big Leviathan there.
Yeah.
Just much more spectacle. It almost felt like dark fantasy.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like that a lot. I liked even how more elaborate the box got, and the character that inexplicably was mute, but she was really good with puzzles.
Bobby Fischer?
I guess.
No, that was the chess one. Little Man Tate. Nope, I can't remember what he was good at.
Yeah.
I don't know. One of them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Dustin
Yep.
Hoffman? No.
Yeah. That's right. Counting cards. Really good at counting cards.
He'd become a Cenobite.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Hellraiser 27, Rain Man.
He'll just
Definitely
say,
going to hell. Definitely going to hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pain and pleasure. Pain and pleasure. Pain and pleasure.
yeah. He'll say,
Probably going to hell for that.
he'll say, definitely 246.
Definitely 246.
And Kmart sucks.
Kmart.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Okay.
Um,
What time is it?
it is after 11.
Shut the front door. Is that why we're all yawning?
I think
Jesus,
so.
It is after
Yeah.
11.
We've somehow managed to go 4 hours on this.
I was gonna say we're all looking like we're starting to get wiped out
Yeah.
here. I'm like, isn't it only like
Yeah.
9:30? But no, fuck, it's 11.
Yeah,
And
I'm actually going to be tapping out. I
Yeah.
think.
and I'm okay if we, if there's any last minute list stuff that you want to throw out, I'll reserve mine. There wasn't anything special in here.
Yeah, neither.
Mhm.
I've just been staring at posters and stuff in my room to get my ideas.
Oh,
Yeah, I was doing that too. Just look around.
Yeah. But I like the fact that some controversial ones were thrown out, and I felt that we're worthwhile discussion on some of these things. And I'm glad that we had differing opinions on some of them, because that's where the fun comes from.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I respect your opinion.
Oh,
But you're wrong.
You're wrong.
But you're wrong. But I love you. And I still have your hatchet.
I said you can keep it. I've got so many hatchets.
Oh. Any last minute ones that anyone would like to throw out?
I just had the basics: Jaws, Candyman, Tremors.
Trevor's 2 is really
Honorable mention to
Yep.
Fright Night Part 2, which is like a movie that doesn't get talked about a lot, but is a
That
really,
sucks.
really good movie.
good. I need
Oh.
to see that.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Don't.
Fright Night 2?
Not worth it.
I've not seen it.
I really like the remake.
I shall put it on the list just for you, Adam.
That doesn't surprise me, Ryan.
It's on the flicks of Paul, I believe.
I thought the remake was well liked.
Not by me.
Oh.
I love Anton Yelchin. I love Tony Collette. I think it could have been better. There were a lot of things I didn't like.
Honorable mention, since it's not a horror movie, I liked City Slickers 2 better than City Slickers.
I loved City Slickers too.
There we go. We ended on a happy note.
We got
Yeah.
one.
Was
I
that
had to go that route, but yeah.
was that Curly's Gold?
The Legend of
The
Curly's
Legend
Gold.
of
Yeah.
Curly's Gold.
Well,
The Legend of Curly's.
The Legend of Goldie's Curly's.
Legend of
Yeah.
Curly Pride.
Yeah, there we go. We ended it out on a pube joke. That's good. It's a good way to end it.
Very good. Well,
Sound of
thank
quality.
you. Thank you for joining us for another Hamityville Hangout. And our part 2, the return, and the pseudo fake you out return of Don. Hopefully he'll be back next week.
See, that's just good. That's like a Shyamalan level twist. So that works.
I know
Real quick.
you didn't see that coming.
Jim just made a comment,
Oh, best ever non-horror
and
sequel.
I might agree with him.
Terminator 2: Judgment Day.
Yeah.
It's a damn good sequel.
It
I
is
like
a
the original
fantastic
better, though.
sequel.
Well, Die Hard, of course, but Terminator
Ah.
2.
That's
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
conversation for a whole other night.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, it is.
Die Hard 2. Jesus Christ.
So-
All right. Say good night, guys. Because I'm
All right.
exhausted.
Yes, sir. Thanks
Hey,
for
guys.
joining. Thanks you again to everybody in the comment section, and join us next time. And
Toodles.
stream.